Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. You know who you are. And welcome to the Monday stream. It is Monday, the 27th of October, where I am. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. And we are in for Militant Mondays. That's right. You've heard it right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be getting down and dirty with some very interesting Australian workers' history through the lens of a militant perspective. So Australia's kind of rebellious history. And this has been specially curated, can I just say, very specially curated by none other than the movement's own Indoctrinathan. So big shout out to Indoctrinathan for taking the time to put this playlist, this very interesting playlist together, as well as kind of like a documentary history and context of kind of Australia's rebellious history and like how that feeds into the workers' movement at large. So we're going to be going through that. Dilemma's in the house. What up? What up? Give up your dole checks because apparently we don't work. So obviously that has been with you over the weekend then, Dilemmas, and we're hoping that your counterpart from last week shows up so they can defend themselves against your slander. But we'll see how that goes. 4AS in the house. Yo, 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 what's up, what's up? I'm back, baby. It's good to have you back, 4AS. Hope your time off was well. And you're in Twitch world, which is nice to see. I was on holes last week, but feel refreshed after Capital didn't touch me last week. Show me on the doll, please. Show me on this doll right here, 4AS. Where did Capital touch you? I hope you're feeling okay. Where Capital didn't touch you, actually. I punched bloke in the mouth for saying that. Look at that. Is that an actual bobcatter? Like emoji? It bloody is. That's incredible. I'm so povo, my neighbor gets benefits for living next door to me. That's so good. I didn't even know you can make jokes like that. But that's, here we are. Here we are. Yeah, that gif is amazing. Well, not just Australia, it's movements from how Australia's history is built by rebel movements from overseas. So yeah, it's all about the context. Let 1,000 blossoms bloom. He is an enigma, isn't he? Hey, I knew you were all a bunch of blood-sucking bastards. Yeah, well, I will turn the tables on that one, Jack. And like this is a one that gets misquoted, I think, a lot. But like people always like to throw around this quote from Marx, which is about the capitalists being vampires that suck on off the life of living labor, and like people get misquote that one, but like they generally get the idea, but I don't think they fully understand it. So it's not just us that are the blood sucking bastards on the dole check, but it is the capitalist class themselves living off sucking the life out of living labor for their profit machine. So yes, we are all dole bludgers, apparently, according to some. Okay, if you have the chance to tune into someone streaming, especially if they're streaming during the day, then that makes you a dole bludger. So just remember that. And Dilemmas is ready to fight for our rights to stream during the day. So strap yourselves in. Also, how the rebellion movements related to our own history. Ninja Nurse in the house. My work doesn't count because I look after poor people. Yeah, it's the way it is, isn't it? Hey, I started playing Heroes of Might and Magic 3 again. It's such an epic game. I think Ninja Nurse and me have spoken about that game before. Something to look forward to in the afters. One day when I start playing again, I keep getting distracted watching videos of like the war that is Portland, and like things like the New York City mayoral debate, which is absolutely gripping stuff. And like, you know, it has me on the edge of my seat with all these hardcore New York accents. We're watching that in the afters, the mayoral debate. We've actually got a little bit left to go, so we are going to watch a little bit of that, I think, as well as some other stuff. So So yes, let us get into the playlist of today. Let me just give you some context. So yeah, as I said before, this Militant Monday is going to become a thing now as much as we can. I would like to think there's been a bit of Militant Monday stuff going on recently. We had kind of a debrief after the most recent larger scale pro-Palestinian march in Sydney a few weeks ago now. Then we followed it up with the March for Australia, who seems to be kind of the antithetical or the response, the reaction to marches for Palestine, apparently. So we kind of debriefed on militancy movements, workers' movements, and protest movements that have been going on in Sydney and across Australia. Now we're going to be looking at like kind of history and context, Australia's working class history, its worker culture through the lens of our colonial history, our convict past, and where the inspiration has been drawn for our own workers' movement, our own liberatory efforts, like the sentiments and the political vibes that have come through from people that were brought here, basically as slave laborers, I guess you would say, who transitioned into a free labor economy, so moved into a proper capitalistic society. So it's the people that migrated here, which is something that is topical given the state of affairs in the world at the moment, where there is a lot of discussion in the West, or at least developed nations, I would say, that are capitalistic, about the migration debate, the great migration debate. And a lot of those countries, so the Western countries, they are built on migration extensively, or basically themselves as modern nations only exist because of migration. So we're going to be looking into that history today, actually, and what those cultures brought in the fight against colonial powers themselves. And again, this has been curated by none other than our in-house Irish Australian rebel. If you've ever tuned in to his streams, sometimes you might see people with balaclavas on. I'm not going to say that they're associated with the IRA. That would be overreach, but the insinuation's there. So I'll just put it out there for you guys to make your own decisions on that. But like, definitely militant, I will say that much. And so he has strong opinions on this subject, and I'm sure he'll be giving us commentary as we go along. But like, we're going to go right back, and we're going to start in Ireland, and try to understand where the modern rebellion culture came from and how it shifted across to Australia. Razor's in the house. Hello, what's up? Welcome. Remag too. How we going? People doing the roll call today. Got a few people in, actually, at the moment. So if you're chilling out for Militant Mondays and you're going to be looking at that, like I said, we're going to go through some Australian history. So say hi. Let me know if you're here. It would be nice to know who's watching today. So I want to see the mayoral debate, but they play Heroes. Swamp Crew for life. Yeah, I haven't gotten Heroes yet, but it is something that I want to add to the list. So yeah, definitely, dude. Every fraction has solid benefits. It was just a well-rounded game. Some reminiscing going on in the chat. So yeah, let's get into Australians' rebellious history and where that came from. And we're going to start us off, we're going to have, speaking about Ireland, actually, Ireland got a new president over the weekend. A woman who's been described as a radical leftist. And I guess you could say that she is a radical leftist in the context of that she seems to be completely detached, and she's not associated specifically with any political party. She's an independent, it would seem, and she is really independent with some of the stuff that she says. So go and check out that woman, because it would look like, given the history of the stuff we're going to be touching on today, Ireland is touching its roots. It's anti-establishment, fuck the colonist, anti-British roots, and we're going to be developing that, like picking up of where this sentiment was at 200 years ago, if not more, and she seems to be she's the president now, and so she might be able to bring back some of this sentiment, I'm hoping. So go and check out this new president. We might do that during the week just so you have some context, but if she's the president now, you should hear her speak. It's absolutely incredible. You should hear what she says about is not Israel and Palestine and Hamas. Like the general politician kind of rhetoric is like, when someone says, oh, what do you think about what's happening in Israel and Palestine? Everyone's going to be like, oh, well, it's really bad what happened with, the hostage situation on October 7, and Hamas is evil, but, I don't support genocide. And they always have to premise it with that usual statement. But like, she's just like, nah, man, they have the right to defend themselves. And, she openly is like, look, I get it. We're Irish. We've been fighting off the English colonial oppressors for hundreds of years. And the Palestinians have the right to defend themselves too. So it's absolutely incredible to have someone just say that so openly. And now she's the president of Ireland, and which is like different to the rhetoric that you get in the mainstream media, which is all just like, oh, Conor McGregor's out there leading some right-wing like takeover, and they're going to expel every migrant from Ireland because they're all pissed off. Well, it's not how the cookie crumbled over the weekend. So, have a look at that. It is interesting. We might take the time to do that this week as well. But first, we are doing Militant Mondays. Ollie Atlas is in the house. Yo, yo, yo. How are ya? Lab Jeff, internet friends. Hello, internet friends, and welcome back. It's Militant Mondays. I hope you are well, Ollie Atlas and Lab Jeff. It's good to have you. I touched my root earlier this morning, says Jerry Poppins. Thank you very much. I'm glad. I'm glad you did. I hope you're not still doing it. And if you are, then you got multiple screens going on. That's all I'm hoping. To be honest, I support movements against any injustice, but I see many people talking about them and saying go out, break, and destroy. They don't want reform. They might want to exploit it for their own benefits. There's definitely a lot of opportunism that goes on out there, but I think that's just, a sign of how disgruntled people are, I reckon. Razor, that's my 2 cents on that one. It's our ability to coordinate and organize that will make the difference between whether people go out and exploit it for their own benefit, or if we can actually get a movement going that like kind of leads to systematic change, which is what we really need. Did McGregor actually run? No. I have no idea. But like, he was going over, like, doing the whole "Make America Great Again" thing, meeting with Trump and the boys, and like agitating politically. I don't think he ran for president. Look, I'm not sure on that. I'm sorry, someone can fact check me on that one. But like, he was definitely kind of advocating and trying to spread let's just say, the MAGA sentiment throughout Ireland, and was definitely on the train of the massive anti-immigration train that has been taking, I think, a lot of Western countries by storm recently. And so like, he was kind of an advocate for that. I enjoyed the horseshoe theory radical centrist pod for AS and mystery. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's an interesting discussion. It's an interesting talking point. I stand by my sentiments that horseshoe theory makes sense in a certain context, like a 20th century context, and you should never detach yourself from context when you're analyzing something, but it's just lazy generally. I don't think that we need to stick by something like horseshoe theory anymore. Well, you have got a fresh haircut. Yeah, I shaved the sides of my head over the weekend. So if that is interesting for you and your root, Jerry Poppins, you know what? I'm not going to judge. Connor ran but dropped out 2 months ago, so never got printed onto the ballots. There you go. There you go, Connor. Oh man, so good. That would have been fucking hilarious. That's why I'm swamp. It's dirty work, but someone has to tend to the swamps. We need to value swamp workers. Really work it. Swamp work is real work. Fair enough. Look, I'm just going to say though, if we were doing Trumpian model 1.0, so the original, Yeah, he was going to drain the swamp, so maybe we won't have to have swamp work forever if we drain it. Yeah, horseshoe theory episode was solid. I learned something new. So much love for the podcast. It's coming. And the podcast has been killing it too. The Hassan dog one was hilarious. Very controversial, it would seem. But it's done well for itself. So without further ado, let us have a look and get a little bit of context to see what the British Empire, where the British Empire was at around the time of Australia's colonial inception, shall we? Very choice with my words just then. I got to be conscious when we talk about the origins of Australia, which part of the history we are speaking about. So here it is. This is by a channel called Heroes and Legends documentary channel. And yeah, it's just going to give us some context for what's going on. So strap yourself in. We're getting a look at what the bourgeois world was like a couple of 100 years ago. He also pissed off most Irish people too because he changed his accent around that time too. He made it a bit more stereotypical. That's hilarious. Yeah, radical centrist is a great term, isn't it? Hey? Yeah, because like everyone else gets pinned as radicals, might as well pin those people. Because if I don't know if Avalava's watching this, but if you go into Discord, Avalava put in something from you wouldn't read about it. So just like a quick divergence into radical centrism. I think radical centrists are the people that are responsible for the neoliberal ideology and all the neoliberal policy that we've seen. If you're really wondering what I mean by neoliberal, we did a whole stream on this last week, and it's a long watch, but like I'm just going to assume that you understand what I mean by neoliberal. It's a hard concept, but neoliberal, it's called the neoliberal Holocaust, and it has claimed the lives of 7 million people in the Eastern Bloc since the end of the Soviet Union. So once the Soviet Union collapsed and capitalism came into those Eastern Bloc countries, that transition towards a capitalistic setting, like a Western style capitalism, claimed the lives of 7 million people. There's new research out that actually puts that at 17 million people, and that's just in the Eastern Bloc. So when people talk about, radical lefties, and they they'll bring in someone like Stalin who'll kill 40 million people, or I don't know, or Hitler, and they'll start World War II, and that leads to the deaths of hundreds of, let's just say 125 million people. Will the radical centrists out there with their neoliberal policy kill millions of people as well? It's just not as I like status quo defenders. Yeah, that's pretty good. Well, these radical status quo defenders, they do through policy decisions, as well as wars, ideological wars, like wars on terrorism and stuff like that. They've killed tens of millions of people across the globe since the 70s. You could potentially argue more, but I guess we will get to that as the research comes out. So radical centrists all the way, they are scary, and they do it all under the cover of darkness. None of this overt, hey, let's march people to their deaths or send them to the gulags. Let's just turn off some level of funding through austerity measures or debt traps, and then we'll cut off services to people, medical attention. They will just wipe out people by stealing their land. And then, no one ever documents that death toll. And most Eastern Bloc countries haven't fully recovered. Well, there's the continuing death toll right there. It hasn't finished yet, as Ollie Atlas rightly points out. So let's have a quick look, shall we?
By 1776, the American War of Independence was in full swing, and young men all across Ireland were inspired by stories of liberty and resistance to tyranny filtering in from across the Atlantic.
I love how when you want to use stuff like footage for America's, I don't know, War for Independence and stuff, it's always from the movie The Patriot. And not only is it funny that it's Mel Gibson, right, and he's Australian, but I tried to use cuts of this when I used to do video editing, and I could never get it through the copyright. I don't know how this guy did it. This clever bastard. I really wanted to use all of these clips, but I could never do it.
Liberty and resistance to tyranny filtering in from across the Atlantic. It was actually Presbyterian Scots-Irish Protestants, and even the occasional Anglican, such as revolutionary leader Wolfe Tone, who formed a new association in Belfast called the United Irishmen, whose platform was based on the American Republic, that pushed for reforms on principles of civil, political, and religious liberty for all Irishmen. By 1789, not only had the United States been victorious in their War of Liberation, but revolution had also broken out in France. The mood of the United Irishmen now shifted from one of internal reform to outright Republican agitation. A number of parliamentarians in England had already voiced their support for social change, and a bill had even been passed in both the London and Dublin houses guaranteeing religious tolerance with some access to higher education. But these reforms were largely ignored by the ruling minority, and things were slow to change on the ground. In 1794, Tone, heavily influenced by Georges Danton, Thomas Paine, and others in the French Assembly, declared his goals: to subvert the tyranny of our execrable government, to break the connection with England, the never-failing source of our political evils, and to assert the independence of my country, to unite the whole people of Ireland, to abolish the memory of all past dissensions, and to substitute the common name of Irishman in place of the denomination of Protestant, Catholic, and Dissenter.
That's interesting, isn't it?
It was a dream-like vision.
So what we're calling for here, if I'm correct in my assumptions, is the idea of unification of people that are usually divided by their religious, so their ideological differences, which is what I think we are calling for particularly well, and we advocate for in this stream and in this channel, is there is a large cohort of working people in the world that are split along many ideological bounds and barriers in the culture wars, and Ireland would have been going through a significant culture war with distinctions leading back to the Reformation itself, which I guess plummeted the Christian world, the West, into disarray for hundreds of years and caused civil wars all over the place. This breaking down of the control of the Catholic Church. What a way to disintegrate an empire, but it's obviously caused cultural division. And so, let's put away the cultural war. Let's put away the culture wars and the divisions along religious lines and seek what we all want as a shared vision, which is the liberation of Ireland from the colonial oppressors. So I think there's a good lesson there for what should be going on. And this is not resolved. What we're talking about here is definitely not resolved. There's still large-scale religious culture war issues that is stopping the liberation of an entire group of people still to this day. Although massive efforts have been made, the difference is, or the lesson is, that it is the ideological differences that separate people, even if they have generally the same wants, needs, and desires. And it's something that we can all just oh, wow, I wish they were able to unify a little bit better. Their position might have been nicer on the world stage. It might not have led to some of the atrocities that were actioned against them by their colonial oppressor. Definitely would have changed the history of America forever if they were a little bit more unified and people didn't flee to the North American continent. But big lessons there. Capitalism will tend to do this, is to split people. It's oppressing, especially on national boundaries, into little sections. This is what happened significantly before and after the American Civil War, specifically during Reconstruction as well, when black and poor white people were getting together, especially in the southern states, and they were kind of hey, let's get some significant change on the board. And the capitalist classes were kind of even the ones from the north and stuff, they're ooh, I don't know if we can let the blacks and the whites get together. These working people might actually start really making some significant change here, and so they spend a lot of time making sure that people were divided along their racial grounds. And like, America's never really looked back as a result of that, but it's definitely part of the playbook is to divide and conquer. And this is a great story of divide and conquer right there. Just think they wrote like 200 years ago, and now people say big government bad. Interesting. Very much correct. There was a lot of sectarian tensions in Ireland at this point. This was a remarkable show of unity. I know, like what a story. What a story. Like as in, this idea is just like, hey, like we are Irish. We're all Irish. Like, like we could actually liberate ourselves. Then we can go back to hating each other. But let's just do that first. And like I'm all for, people hating each other in the culture wars. But first, we must unite and like fight for our class interests and stuff like that first. Then we can go and hate each other for like nuances and like little differences in like theory and practice and all that sort of stuff. As the misquote says, the Irish are the only people that are impervious to psychological examination. As the misquote says, I wonder where that misquote is from. Sorry, by that I mean that most Eastern Bloc countries haven't fully recovered from the collapse of the USSR. Yeah, I get what you mean. All right, let's do this.
With the whole world seemingly moving in the direction of liberty around them. But, yet again, dissension within the Irish community soon saw splinter groups of regional Catholics and Protestants undermining and openly working against each other. Of course, the British were not sleeping while this was going on, and though they were preoccupied with external events, they were active in helping the movement self-destruct through subterfuge. By 1795, ringleaders within the United Irishmen were being arrested and tried for treason, while others, including Tone, fled to the US or France, hoping for support to instigate a revolution. The French obliged in 1796, with 15,000 troops and plenty of weapons sent across by ship, but storms and rough seas made landing impossible, so the fleet returned to France and the Irish were once again on their own. To make matters worse, in 1798, Napoleon had just sacked Rome, and reports were filtering in of his humiliation of the Pope and the entire Church, which saw Catholic support for the United Irishmen dramatically wither, faced with the prospect of a godless French regime replacing the English, as though it could be any worse.
See, like the division and conquer is incredible, isn't it? Like they do have shared interests here, but like as long as you can keep splitting people along ideological grounds, then like you cut out all of the Catholics in Ireland by saying that, hey, and like they would have been spreading propaganda. Propaganda is so important, and there would have been British intelligence services, and the very, very infantile kind of origins of what they would have today in terms of their intelligence services, but they would have been using propaganda and the printing press, to be able to spread dissent throughout the ranks of any type of unified movement, and like ensuring that people split along their ideological grounds. Razor, well, this matter is not new at all. Sectarianism has often been one of the reasons for the occupation or colonialization of countries. Yeah, and they play on it. They definitely play on it. Like when the British went into India, they were able to systematically, because of the separation of all the different kingdoms throughout the subcontinent, they were able to, play people against each other. And like there was existing warring factions already in kingdoms and all that sort of stuff. And they played them all like a fiddle against one another to slowly take over the subcontinent, piece by piece, like they were moving across a literal chessboard. It's incredible, and it's a story. It is a story as old as time, divide and conquer. But like we're looking at this in more of a modern context now, and it's unfortunate that the larger the group you have, the harder it is to organize, obviously. And if you don't have solid structures around for that organization, as Brian from the New Atlas would say, there's no real spontaneity in a movement. It does actually have to be built up and structured around something. And that's a very Leninist argument as well. Like, if you really want to revolutionize something or change something, he would argue for the vanguard. And so you have to have a party of people that can hold everyone together, because you will face stark opposition that will tear you to pieces and divide you. France and Britain have a long history of occupation, colonialization, and plundering resources. That's why I truly despise it when a European person with a narcissistic mentality comes to me and tells me that I am bad, even though he knows his own history. Interesting. Silly outfits. The British cosplayed their way into an empire. Embarrassing. You gotta look the part, man. Gotta look the part. All right, let's do this. Yeah, 4AS. Gifting subs. Good on ya. Follow the boys and the girls. Thank you very much. All right, let's do this.
The poor old Irish were going round in circles, and when the rebellion finally exploded, informants had ensured that the British were ready and waiting, arresting many of the organisers within days, such that the rebels were left significantly disorganised and lacking cohesive leadership. Insurrection nevertheless flared up all across the country, with peasants streaming to join the fray, armed only with pikes and farm tools. Guerrilla warfare was fought in towns and villages the length and breadth of Ireland. The revolution came to a head at the Battle of Vinegar Hill, and though the Irish farmers were soundly beaten by seasoned British artillery and line infantry, Lord Castlereagh, Chief Secretary of Ireland and an active combatant during the campaign, commented on the valour of his enemy, despite their being severely outgunned. I could never have believed that untrained peasants could have fought so well. The French eventually managed to land a few thousand men, but they lacked support and adequate reinforcement, so were eventually defeated, and the whole rebellion collapsed by the end of the year.
Emma's meeting genealogist.
Interesting. All right. Very interesting. The Battle of Vinegar Hill. So that's 1798. So just for context for people that are, down with their Australian history, that's pretty much at the colonial inception right there. And these were the sentiments that were fomenting over in the British Isles. Was one of liberation from a colonial oppressor. And as we would know, from history, I guess, from Australian history, if you're across it, if you know, or if you know people that are connected to Australia's kind of colonial past or convict stock, I guess you would say, these people were the ones that were also coming over to Australia as well. They were the ones that were going to be labouring away and setting up the colonies. So there were people that were being shipped across in waves after that as well, and going on to be part of the general workers' movement and trying to make a life for themselves. Again, as we've looked at in the context of things like the Eureka Stockade, these were people that were, maybe bound up to Australia for intentions or reasons other than their own making or their desires. But once they got there, they wanted to be kind of free laborers, and they wanted to rid themselves of colonial British oppression. And so they were forming reasons, and they were organizing to try and get away from a colonialist system. And they would have taken out their anger and tried out some of these new political ideals in Australia, which we will get to soon, I'm sure. Same said for the French. Say what you want about the Germany. Very stylish with the Hugo Boss Brown. I know, right? They definitely use those fascists in Germany. They definitely knew how to use the capitalist machine to their advantage, and they did have some style, that's for sure. Say what you like, the Nazis looked fabulous in some of their more official uniform, of course. Other stuff was just scary. So the next part is a bit of what led people to rebel. The Commonwealth must fall if countries like Australia, New Zealand, and Canada, etc., can be free. See, that's a very interesting sentiment, Ollie Alice, because like I think most Australians you speak to wouldn't want to get out of the Commonwealth because they're worried about we have this thing called the Commonwealth Games, and so many Australians don't want to leave the Commonwealth because they think that they won't be allowed to compete in the Commonwealth Games anymore, even though Canada has left the Commonwealth officially, but I think they're still involved in them. So Australia as a sporting nation is worried about the ramifications of what happens when you leave the Commonwealth. And I know, like, meeting people like from the US or like from France and stuff like that, they're like, oh, so do you like the Queen or what? And I'm just like, I don't even know who the Queen is. Like, like being part of the Commonwealth, I think is rather tokenistic. However, our constitution is riddled with out clauses that do give a foreign power some level of integration into our system and power over it. So until we have self-determination fully, I don't think the nation will be able to do whatever it wants. It is there, and it has been used before. But like, yeah, most Australians are too worried about sport, I would say, to want to divest from the Commonwealth, which is unfortunate, but just shows you where everyone's priorities are. Also, it's not going to make sense at first, but as things unfold, you'll start to see the similarities. Are we talking about this next piece? Because this next piece is called Emma Willis, Shocked by Horrific United Irishman History. So this is a Who Do You Think You Are special. So let's have a look at this, because we're going to get some gold about what really happened to the United Irishmen's movement. And I'm just going to do some quick research, actually. Where did it go? Where are you, research assistant? There you are. What were the main goals of the United Irishmen's movement, and at what point did they seek full independence or a republic style of governance? So the early goals from 1791 to 93: reform the Irish Parliament, which at the time was Protestant only and dominated by Anglo-Irish landlords. End religious discrimination, so they talked about that. So full civil rights to Catholics and dissenters, non-Anglican Protestants. Civil rights for Catholics? Hell no. Like the history of Ireland really is intertwined with the history of any other colonial struggle around the world. Reduce British interference in Irish affairs. Fair enough. And shift towards republicanism. So that was from 1794 onwards. British repression of reformers and censorship of political societies. Radicalized quickly due to several converging forces: British repression of reformers and censorship of political societies, the French Revolution's influence, which gave ideological and practical inspiration for republicanism, the failure of peaceful reforms as the Irish Parliament refused to enact meaningful change. By 1974, many United Irishmen had concluded that reform within the British Empire was impossible. This is an age-old discussion, especially in revolutionary culture from a socialist communist perspective. Reform or revolution? What do? Do you just reform your way out of a situation, try to enact laws and legislation? Will it be taken seriously? Will people just suppress it, knock you out of the way? Or do you fight for it? They began secretly reorganizing into a revolutionary society modeled on the French Jacobins. Hey, there's some extreme behavior there, aiming to overthrow British rule and establish an Irish republic. By 1796, the society stated goal was explicitly to separate Ireland from England and establish an independent Irish republic. So 1798 rebellion and full independence. 1798 rebellion was the culmination of the revolutionary transformation. The United Irishmen, now a mass underground movement organized across Ireland, uniting disaffected Presbyterians, poor Catholics, and some radical middle class intellectuals. You got to watch out for the middle class, the petty bourgeoisie. Their goal, 1798, was complete independence and the creation of the Irish Republic, national unity, religious equality. Right? It's an interesting one, that sense there, religious equality, democratic representation. They sought assistance from revolutionary France, which did send small expeditions, notably General Humbert's, but British suppression and poor coordination led to the rebellion's failure. Aftermath and legacy. After the rebellion's defeat, the society was destroyed, but its ideals lived on. And I think this is important for, what happened in Australia as a result of this legacy, and why I think we are speaking about this and having a look at this now. The call for an independent Irish Republic became the dominant revolutionary ideal in Irish politics thereafter, directly influencing later movements such as the Young Irelanders and the Fenians, and ultimately the Easter Rising and the Irish War of Independence. Interesting. All right. Let's do this. Let's get into the next one.
Nicola Morris.
Actually, does anyone know what that symbol is? It's on the Guinness. That's the only reason I know it, because it's like on the Guinness logo. But I was wondering if someone could explain. It's like a harp or something like that. What was the logo or symbol used by the Irishmen? Why did they choose it? Okay, the harp and the motto, it is new, strung, and shall be heard. Interesting. Traditional Irish harp, but notably without the royal crown used in the British versions. It is new, strung, and shall be heard. That's crazy. That's a pretty cool symbology, don't you reckon? That's great. Newly strung and shall be heard. There we go. That's a classic bourgeois line. I'm pretty sure it says or there, but that's liberty or death. And like, if you actually have a look at the stuff, if you look at the flags in Dr. Nathan that come out of the Castle Hill Rebellion, one of them's holding a flag like that, which says liberty or death. These people were willing to fight for their freedom, and it's something that I think is potentially lost in a lot of the militancy that happens today. People don't understand the level of extreme and radical behavior that people were willing to go through in order to award themselves some type of equality and actual freedom, like being able to represent themselves politically and be part of a process, as opposed to just being subjugated by an overt class system. So people, they were quite clear. They will fight to the death for this stuff. Dilemma 85. I wonder if there is any correlation between successful revolutions and how self-sufficient the revolutionaries were. Not sure it could work out these days, at least long term. It's a very interesting point. It's a really interesting point. Like, if you look at, let's take the Cuban Revolution, for example. They basically needed to be able to live off the land in the jungles for like a few years, basically. They had support from the local populations, who also wanted to fight off the evil regime that was in the cities. But they actually, yes, had to be completely self-sufficient. They made their own weapons. They had like industry in the jungles where they'd make shoes and clothes, and they had medical. They made their own kind of medical stations and all this sort of stuff. So it is a massive part. It just depends what type of revolutionary struggle you are fomenting. If it's a quick, a quick fight and a quick struggle, or if it's more of a long, drawn-out process, like in the Cuban example. In the Russian example, it was, after years of agitating and political kind of demonstration and getting people organized, it was over really fast in terms of the violent struggle part. So it just depends. The French Revolution, depending on how you look at it, went on for 5 years, but like that main part that everyone recognizes, where they Bastille Day, for instance, like that interlude where they kind of took over Paris, that was over and done with in a few days, and then they took over the system and they had to kind of run the country, and so their sufficiency, I guess you would say, was how quickly they could take government and start running and organizing society, so everyone could continue to be fed, basically, and not like die from starvation or lack of access to resources. Culturally appropriated by the fucking Anglos too, just like the pipes. God damn it. Interesting. There you go. Question about whether or not you can be self-sufficient or not. I was wondering what the link of the blacksmiths was, like somebody that can control their labor, and important labor, but I was wondering why it's so important. There you go. So if you're a blacksmith, you can make weapons. Now, we've talked about this idea of weaponry before on this channel, in these streams, and like people really speak about this idea of whether or not people should be armed in order to be able to fight against an oppressive state. For example, like what's going on here? And like this kind of Americanization of the world's view on gun control. And my position really is, when it comes to some type of arming of the people, I think it really does make sense that if people are going to have weapons which are designed to kill people, they shouldn't be things that are sold on some type of capitalistic market because you've been brainwashed by years of marketing to want some big sexy gun that makes you feel like a man, or like, I don't know, believe, it makes you believe that you have some level of protection. Oh, I would have been able to stop that school shooting if only I had a gun. Like, this is what we've spoken about before. The blacksmiths were dangerous because they had control over the means of production. And so if there was agitation for some type of rebellion or resistance from amongst the people, these people were going to be the type that would potentially arm that resistance. So you cut it off at the source, at the means of production. It's very interesting, actually, to see that sort of stuff in practice in history. Yes, I made sure these videos highlighted material things rather than just cultural, like what the oppression looks like. It's very interesting. It's really interesting. Yeah, I don't have a problem with bearing arms. I can't read it or hear people say bear arms without thinking about the arms of a bear now. I don't have a problem with people bearing arms. It's just the individualization of guns that I have a problem with. The use of guns when you get angry or sad one day, I question the responsibility of your society. Yeah, it shouldn't be about expressing your anguish, or it shouldn't be tied to your emotional baggage, that's for sure. Because, PR or marketing campaigns are all about appealing to people's emotions as opposed to their need for something. Like, need and capitalistic production separated a long time ago. It's all, it's all manufactured, our needs, wants, and desires these days. The use of guns for militia, that is worth a discussion. There it is. Well, tell it to your Irish friends over here for us, because they're paying the fucking price for it. Imagine that. Imagine being the person who could potentially help arm some type of rebellion, and let's just say a paramilitary owned by the state, armed by the state, given powers by the state. Let's just pick one at random, like ICE. all right, now, which has, billions of dollars that have just been supported by the big, beautiful bill. They're arming a militia right now, and you have been accused of potentially having the means to agitate and give people arms against the state, and they pull you out into the street and start stabbing you and beating you repeatedly because you simply had the ability to help arm a resistance. Crazy stuff, man. Only arms I support are those from the angels. All right, back to it. Suck it up, love. Hey, it's history. It's history.
Ireland is unique.
This is from Novara Media? No way. This is 3 years ago. Interesting. I wonder what their piece in all of this is. Why are they getting across this? So this is how Britain starved Ireland. The Bastani factor. So this is Novara Media. Okay, and this one's called in the thumbnail anyway. It says the Irish, genocide in Ireland. All right, let's have. This is an interesting fact, just in case you didn't know this. But like today, the island of Ireland has a smaller population than it did 200 years ago. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? A lot of that has to do with famine and migration, which is really interesting if you think about it, because like what's happening in the US at the moment, for example, how like everyone's like, yeah, deportation, anti-immigration, get rid of the Mexicans, the undocumented, get rid of all these people from Latin America. But like 200 years ago, it was get rid of the Irish. They're a problem. They're migrating here en masse, and like they were the evil migrants, and now they're just stock white Americans that are probably resisting, I guess, the next wave of migrants, and after that. So like that's why you could really easily make an argument that any type of discussion on mass migration or any issues that people have with migration really does come down to the culture wars, because culturally at any point in time, who's the evil migrant class? And 200 years ago is all those dirty Irish people landing in New York. They were the evil migrants. All right, let's have a look at this. Novara Media, interesting.
Ireland is unique. Nowhere else in the world has a smaller population today than it did 180 years ago. So what exactly happened? Take a look at this graph. It shows the populations of England, Wales, Scotland and Ireland in 1841. England has 14.8 million people. Ireland is over half its size with 8.1 million people. Today, England has a population of 56 million, while Wales and Scotland have tripled and doubled respectively. And then there's Ireland, whose population, both north and south, stands at just 6.5 million. Not only has it failed to grow, but uniquely, Ireland's population is actually smaller today than it was almost 2 centuries ago. But how? It can be partially explained by this, the potato. As the Industrial Revolution took off, Ireland's population surged. While that happened just about everywhere, in Ireland this boom came to depend on a single crop that was cheap, nutritious and flourished in its damp climate. But by the mid-1840s, a problem began to emerge. Potato blight, a highly contagious pathogen that made this staple inedible, was ruining crops across Europe. This was particularly troubling for Ireland, whose population was more dependent on potatoes than elsewhere. But the
Has anyone really looked into like some of the causes of the potato famine? That it happened. It did impact the entirety of Europe, but like the potatoes came from South America, and there used to be like 100 variants of potatoes or something like that was coming out of the Americas at one point. Let's say, just for argument's sake, it's like 100. I think it was actually more than that, but because they selected a single or just a small group of potato types to take over for export across the world and to help feed the populations of Europe, what happened was the diversity in the amount of potatoes that were in the Americas is what allowed the population, the potato population, I guess you would say, to be able to withstand pathogens, diseases, and all that sort of stuff. But when they isolated certain types of potatoes and it really only had like a few to choose from, once the disease went through, there was no resilience in I guess you would say, the potato culture or potato genetics, that like whatever they took out of the Americans was a problem. But if they had just diversified a little bit more and actually used more variations of potatoes, that might not have fucking happened. So that's an interesting take on capitalism itself, because capitalism has a very distinct relationship to nature, and people speak a lot about like the domination of nature. And so like the capitalist machine, especially in this time before kind of industrial farming, was about taking crops that you could literally produce en masse with as little effort as possible, but like feed as many people as possible to feed the swelling populations that were starting to be bound up by industrial production. And so, you know, these potatoes might have successfully grown the best and fed the most people, but like isolating them and containing their numbers down so narrowly in terms of the diversification of the potato type was a significant issue. And so capitalism had a crisis. It was able to produce these potatoes en masse to feed larger and larger populations within the European continent to swell the size of working populations, but it also, because of that intensification of production and the focus on mass production, which is what capitalism tends to, that caused the exact linchpin or the straw that broke the camel's back eventually and caused starvation throughout the system, which is part of the reason why people started migrating and moving to the Americas. So especially to North America. So, you know, without crises points like this, you wouldn't have modern America in the sense and the way that we do have it today. And it's all because of this capitalistic view on agricultural production. Very interesting. Yeah, they were forced to grow them by the landed gentry. Landlords did it. Yeah. Okay, easier to feed these people. I blame my Irish blood for my inability to refuse carbs. I mean, I blame the English, and I want reparations. Do you know how hard life is when you eat too many potatoes? That is fucking hilarious. That is so good. I want reparations. You know what? I want reparations too, actually. From the English. I think we should all start demanding reparations from the English. That's actually a really good idea. Let's do this. Let's start that movement. The English economy isn't fucked enough already. Let's start drawing reparations from them. This bloke looks like he has a disability, but I can't quite pinpoint it. Maybe it's just the freeze frame I've got him on. Jerry.
Flight itself is only part of the story, but while the crisis may have been caused by it, the consequences were violently intensified by powerful interests, from English politicians to wealthy Irish landowners. The choices they made would turn a natural disaster into arguably Europe's worst ever famine. The blight first appeared in the US in 1843. By 1845 it had crossed the Atlantic before killing up to 50% of all crops in Ireland. That led to food shortages and some starved. But the government of Robert Peel enacted relief measures that helped to keep the number of deaths relatively low. For example, they imported corn, set up a relief commission, and created a public works programme to provide employment.
When they say corn, just so you know, like historically, they don't actually mean corn. They weren't like taking, you know, the yellow stuff. They weren't taking that corn cobs from like the US or something like that. I think they used corn as another term for wheat.
1846, however, proved rather different. Now there was a total failure of the crop, while Peel, a Tory, was replaced by Lord John Russell, a Whig. He was a member of what would later become the Liberal Party. Russell's blind faith in free markets would quickly become a problem. In August, he declared his government would not interfere with the regular operations of merchants regarding food exports. So while the people of Ireland starved, businessmen were still exporting crops to England rather than distributing them at home. Yet for Russell, the free market was paramount. Even during a famine, it was wrong to interfere. That approach was also favoured by the civil service, in particular this guy, Charles Trevelyan, who was Assistant Secretary to the Treasury and in charge of relief operations. One of the first things he did as Peel left Downing Street was cancel a shipment of grain bound for Ireland. His reasoning was made clear in a letter sent the following month. "These things should be stopped now," he wrote, "or you would run the risk of paralysing all private enterprise. Elsewhere, Trevelyan wrote, "Do not encourage the idea of prohibiting exports. Perfect free trade is the right course." After all, how could trade flourish when you are diverting goods from buyers to the starving? For Trevelyan, the relief programmes of the previous year, which saved many lives, weren't a success, but instead a perversion of economic principles. Feeding the hungry, well, that was a failure.
The rhetoric doesn't change, it just takes on different forms, right? Feeding the starving is a perversion of economic justice. Just remember that next time you hear someone complaining about why some dole bludger or some welfare recipient is, leeching off the system when they have actually been failed by the system, and they need some support now. Next time you hear someone whinging about that, just remember the rhetoric is as old as capitalism itself. It is an economic injustice to give these people support. It is the market that will correct all things, and if they can't find a position in the market, then fuck them. They deserve to die. And reduce the surplus population, etc., etc. Insert Charles Dickens quote at your leisure. Well, even though it's a horrific history, but I wasn't surprised because this is Britain in the past and it wants to restore its glory again. No, we must follow the teaching. No, we must follow the teachings of Adam Smith. Yeah, but you need to consider self-interest, own interest, and other interest. You are a puppet now. He is a puppet. Parts of the states have made it illegal to feed the homeless. What? So like soup kitchens and stuff like that. Remember we saw that thing in Portland recently where they were speaking about how they've actually criminalized vagrancy. Like criminalized vagrancy in Portland. And so like a lot of states will ship on buses their homeless populations to states like Portland, or I think it was Portland, where they've criminalized vagrancy, and so they can be rounded up by the cops and thrown into prison, and then they go into the system and start, populating an incarcerated institution or an institution of incarceration as opposed to just, living on the streets or something like that. That's crazy. Specifically distributing food to people in public. That's fucked. Isn't that fucked? Like, what a world we live in. And this is like this is the same people I'm assuming that would stand by their Christian values. I wonder what Jesus would have said about feeding the poor in public or feeding people in public. I bet you can go down the park and throw crumbs to pigeons. But if you gave someone food in public, you'd be done. That's mental, isn't it? History repeats itself, but humans do not learn from it. Yeah, it's scary. It's really scary.
Yeah. Later, Lord Russell also terminated food relief measures and halted the public work programmes that helped employ around 700,000 people in early 1847. This led to economic collapse, and by August, as many as 3 million Irish men and women relied on soup kitchens. The ascent of Russell and other market fundamentalists in the civil service and government was transforming a natural disaster into a historic and increasingly preventable catastrophe. Faced with such predictable horrors, Russell and Trevelyan blamed the Irish. Trevelyan even wrote how the judgment of God sent the calamity to teach the Irish a lesson. The real evil with which we have to contend is not the physical evil of the famine, but the moral evil of the selfish, perverse, and turbulent character of the people. For this powerful civil servant, free market economics was the appropriate cure for an inferior race. Westminster's attitudes towards the Irish were based.
Have we heard this rhetoric before? Seriously, the market will cure this inferior race. It's their problem. Oh my God.
Appropriate cure for an inferior race. Westminster's attitudes towards the Irish were based on long-held presumptions of racial supremacy. The writer Charles Kingsley described the Irish as white chimpanzees, something seen repeatedly in media depictions at the time. Meanwhile, Thomas Carlyle compared Ireland to a starved rat, which had come across the path of the English elephant, which had no alternative but to squelch it.
Now, this is the same guy, this Thomas Carlyle. Like, you will see, like, proper educated conservatives in the US, or just people in the conservative movement generally, will reference this douchebag, Thomas Carlyle, and be like, look, if you really want to get down with conservative opinion, you need to go right back to the classics. And they will, you know, quote things from this time period, which is definitely the same kind of time period where you have the, you know, people that are contemplating socialism, and like the starts of kind of communist literature and understanding of the world. But it's like also the time that people are speaking about liberalism and value theory. And so like you go back to these classics and they will give you an understanding of how to be a good conservative, like Edmund Burke and people of that nature. Now, this is Thomas Carlyle, is the same guy who started spreading the idea of terror in revolutionary movements. So in the French Revolution, you had this period that people refer to as the terror. The reign of terror, basically, and it was a time where they were going around and using the guillotine and killing anti-revolutionaries, and like anyone that was considered to be against the revolution or counter-revolutionary were rounded up and killed. And it's like this period of complete turmoil, and terror, basically. And so he described it as such. Now, that's the context. So like today, when we speak about revolutionary movements and people refer to, oh yeah, but the French Revolution had the reign of terror. Well, it was a conservative thinker, a part of some, early stage British think tank, conservative think tank, who was across the English Channel being like, oh, wow, look at what is happening in France. We better find good ways of propagandizing this event so other people don't think about doing it too. And like he painted this picture of absolute chaos in France and drummed up this idea of the reign of terror. And this is the same guy that's describing the Irish as rats that need to be squashed by the superior Englishman. And the same person that's looking at what's going on in France as a conservative and being like, fuck, we don't want that sort of stuff to happen here because we will lose all of our power. So like all of these people run in the same circles with the same ideas, which is holding up English supremacy. And at this point, England was the undisputed power of the world because of its industrial capacity in a very capitalistic sense. It had great power at this point. It's very much like how the US is run today. And these are the types of thinkers that you have that are not counter-revolutionary, the anti-revolutionary forces, the any type of progressive change, and any type of liberation struggles. They're definitely against that. And they'll propagandize the hell out of it to justify what they're doing. It was cool to blame the Irish before it just became the blanket blame whitey it is today. Sorry, it is cool to blame the Irish before it just became the blanket blame whitey it is today. Yeah, interesting, because they were definitely taken out. Like they look at the way they were describing them as chimpanzees and stuff like that. It's crazy. This is why I figured you'd do more justice to this. I had no idea of his history. Yeah, he's a right douchebag, this guy. You gotta watch out for him. Because yeah, you will hear every now and again. I even heard the Kirkster refer to him once, and he's like, "Oh, but you've got to read the classic conservatives," kind of thing, like Edmund Burke's and your Thomas Carlyle's. I was like, "You snake, bro! That Thomas Carlyle he's a piece of work. You have to watch out. Like you can read him, but you just don't understand what his job was, and he was like from the Heritage Foundation of his day. His job was to promote conservative values and make sure the crown and the English state maintained its supremacy over the world's populations. And whether that be through genocide, then so be it. Whatever. Think of all those centuries of racism within the British Isles. Then one day they traveled to a foreign land and worked out they could do it much better. Yeah. Do you ever find it funny that all definitions for expressing humanity and rights in the world originally had a criminal history significant enough for us to truly see them? Can you expand on that sentiment there, Razor? I want to know where you're going with that. Do you find it funny that all the definitions for expressing humanity and rights in the world originally had a criminal history significant enough for us to truly see them? So because of the the depravity and the horrific nature of what people have done in the past. That is what has given life to people wanting to express their own humanity and like their want for like actual rights, and it has to come out of the fact that people have been so cruel. I think that's where you're going with that. The Irish weren't seen as white back then. YouTube chatter. Yeah, you know what they used to call them, eh? And like they definitely weren't seen as white. That's for sure. Yeah, it's interesting actually that you bring that up. They didn't even see like kind of most of mainland Europe, continental Europe as white either. The English, that is. They saw them as swarthy, which is an interesting dated term for someone who's too tanned. So good. If the poor are going to die, they better do it and decrease the surplus population. And Scrooge was the good guy at that stage in the book. Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of their women. Heavy. What I mean is that the titles, like democracy, human rights, are just illusions. And in reality, they do not implement them. And there are no actual rights other than these titles. That's very interesting. Yeah, swarthy. Yep. The bad guy. Okay, right. Yeah. Yeah, swarthy. Such a good term. Okay, yeah, I know what you mean now. They are just illusions to continue the status quo. They had to adopt them because people were starting to demand change. So they said, oh, okay, let's have human rights, let's have this democracy. But the mode of production, the capitalism that was helping these people do all of this oppression, when I say these people, I mean goddamn English. They took on a different face, a different ideology, so they could continue doing what they were doing in the background. The only way to change that is to revolutionize the economy itself, to stop these people from getting away with what they get away with.
In the hugely popular Punch magazine, the Irish regularly appeared as monkeys, apes and monsters. Thus, the Irish famine illustrates not only the relationship between political power and economic exploitation, but how such a dynamic gains legitimacy through appeals to racial superiority. How else could people make sense of this unprecedented suffering without saying that the victims themselves naturally deserve it? It was only now that far older ideas of racial superiority and a desire for extermination became naturalised through appeals to free trade, economic reason and calls for efficiency. When an Irish delegation visited Russell to request food relief, he responded by reading aloud from Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, explaining how efforts to help the starving would only make things worse. Smith was also a favourite with Trevelyan, who even issued copies of the Wealth of Nations to subordinates while Ireland starved. Now, this tells us something pretty important. The response of the British government was the result of ideological choices. And that ideology, free market liberalism, is still taken very seriously today. Accompanying this murderous reverence for the free market was another theme of liberal political economy: overpopulation. This was an obsession of the economist Thomas Malthus, who argued that if an individual cannot get subsistence from his parents on whom he has a just demand, he has no claim of right to the smallest portion of food. This, in a paragraph, was how liberal economists would view famine in Ireland. To create efficient markets and address overpopulation, ethnic cleansing, starvation and mass displacement were justified. And the inferior Irish race, well, they deserved it anyway. In late 1848, as another outbreak of blight was underway, evictions of Irish tenant farmers soared. By August 1849, some 800,000 people were on outdoor relief, and by the end of the year, 250,000 lived in workhouses, while roughly the same number had emigrated. By 1851, Ireland's population had fallen by 1.6 million, around a fifth of what it had been 6 years earlier. In the years that followed, hundreds of thousands more emigrated, and the island's population would continue to drop well into the 1930s. To date, this has happened nowhere else in Europe. In such circumstances, Irish landlords were as much a menace as London politicians. Indeed, 3 of the island's biggest landlords, Palmerston, Clanricarde and Lansdowne, served in Russell's government. By good fortune, the laws of liberal economics and a dash of divine providence meant they could clear out tenants and make yet more money. How convenient. Inevitably, some landlords were targeted for their brutality and for paying tenants to board so-called coffin ships, usually bound for North America. One was Major Dennis Mahon. In the summer of 1847, he paid for 1,490 of his tenants to board coffin ships to Canada. But the conditions on board were so appalling that a third of the passengers died at sea, with several hundred more dying after they landed. When news reached Ireland that autumn, there was huge anger amongst the tenants that remained on Mahon's land. And one night, that November, he was shot and killed. And yet, the British press presented Mahon's death as a barbarous act against a virtuous man. It seemed that his passing was worthy of more attention than the thousands of people who died crossing the Atlantic at his behest. To avoid a repeat of Mahon's execution, Palmerston proposed a collective punishment for the largely devout Catholic communities of the tenants. If a landlord was attacked in a certain area, then the local priest would be removed. Now, this was a severe punishment for these communities in which the priest was hugely important, even more so when large numbers of people were dying and thus needed to be served their last rites. Given that Palmerston himself sent thousands of his own tenants across the Atlantic in coffin ships, it's hardly surprising that he would want to discourage attacks, however. In 1847, some 2,000 of his own tenants arrived in Quebec, and on seeing them, Adam Ferry, chairman of the Emigration Committee in Canada, asked how men pretending to be Christians, and especially British, could be guilty of such barbarity. And Palmerston? Well, he would become Prime Minister a little more than a decade later. Some British figures even openly called for genocide. In August 1848, Lord Clarendon said he preferred to sweep...
Crazy. There's a bunch of landlords in Ireland who ended up profiting of people being displaced off their land so they can turn that into more productive endeavors. Like, this is it. This is the changing of social relations that happens in between what we know as, I guess, more of a feudalist style arrangement and a more capitalistic style of production and social relations. So if you have a bunch of tenants and, you know, what are they really doing for you anyway? They're just taking up space on land that could be made productive, maybe for grazing purposes, maybe for growing, but probably more for grazing, I would say, in this type of context. You know, pay for them to be shipped on the other side of the world. Go for it. Round them up, throw them on a ship. If they make it or not, who gives a shit? But you can release and free up land. Now, the private property relations are the relations of the bourgeois system, so like of capitalism, and they're really important. And these old landlords, the landed aristocracy, ended up being the same people that morphed into, in certain circumstances, but like especially in the British Isles, would have been the ones that morphed into a capitalistic landlord class who would have made their money simply off the fact that they were old landed gentry and they had money, and so they were part of this rentier class that we were speaking about last week when we were looking at things like techno-feudalism. They don't really make money because of their productive capacity as such. Like, they're not innovators, they're not revolutionizing technology, they just own large trucks of land, like, kind of thing. And so that with the large trucks of land, they're able to extract rent off it, and they'll have other people that used to be their, you know, their tenants and like used to work on their lands and all that sort of stuff. They'll bring them back in to manage their flocks, and they'll charge them, you know, leasing rights over the properties under a new private property system in the bourgeois sense, as opposed to a system of feudalism or feudal lord relations where they have really actually have some responsibility of the people on the land and they have to look after them. Get rid of that stuff. No responsibility. All private property relations. It's all business, baby. You make a living on the land, or I'll replace you with another family, another group of people that are able to work the land and make a living off it and pay rents to me. But like, you know, part of this genocide, as they're calling it here, part of this ethnic cleansing is to remove people off the land so they can make it more productive from a capitalistic sense. It's pretty fucked up, man. We recognize it's a G word, but can we do anything about it? Justin kept gang. How you going, Justin? Makes sense. If a ruler by decree makes your rights void, then it would be criminal to then fight for them. That's a mad statement. That's so good. Yeah. Look at the UN and its treatment of is not real. This is why we really need to teach history instead of knowing trivialities. Yeah, it's an interesting point, isn't it? Yeah. Instead of just knowing some good token bits. So, yeah, so you got kind of a more broad and in-depth understanding of how we got here. But like, there's so much stuff to take into consideration. Where do you really start? But I guess that's what the education system could be geared more towards, is people understanding the history of things a little bit better. Yeah, the understanding of history is so crucial, because like you don't know how you got here. There's really nothing. If you don't know how you got to where you are at the moment, like, you are doomed to continue to repeat those mistakes over and over and over again. It's just in a new modernized context now with an iPhone. So you can, take selfies and document the genocide and the atrocities on your class, as opposed to before not being able to do that.
Connaught clean and turn upon it new men and English money, just as one would to Australia or any freshly discovered colony. In August 1848, Lord Clarendon said he preferred to sweep Connaught clean and turn upon it new men and English money, just as one would to Australia or any...
See? Or any freshly discovered colony. They sweep it clean, they remove the existing population that, they have relations to and obligations to, and just bring in new people that can work the land, like you would with newly discovered land. It's the destruction of the old social system with a new one. Because I'm constantly advocating on this channel, and you're probably sick of it, but like, I'm going to keep doing it anyway. It is the social system. Like, you have to redefine the entire system itself, including these social relations, in order to get rid of the problems that we're experiencing at the moment. There's a lot of history that should not be forgotten, especially regarding colonization and genocide. This is really important for education, yes. But like, you can see why it's so importantly omitted from education, because they don't want people thinking about this stuff.
Freshly discovered colony. Elsewhere, the economist Nassau Senior reputedly told the master of Balliol College that even if 1 million Irish died, it would do no good. The implication being the island had to be cleansed of the Irish. Article 2 of the UN Convention on Genocide defines it as acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or part, a national, ethnic, racial or religious group. This can include killing members of the group, causing them serious bodily or mental harm, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, and imposing measures intended to prevent births. Every action on that list happened in Ireland, and by this definition, the British government was responsible for genocide there. What's more, this state-sanctioned murder, hard as it might be for supporters of market economics to hear, was done in the name of their orthodoxy.
Free markets are predicated on an idea of equality in rights, and the idea of every human being made, this is why I say there's a Judeo-Christian heritage to free markets, every human being made in the image of God, which I think is the single most important sentence written in the history of humanity.
When we talk about genocide and ideology, we rarely think of people who like to quote Adam Smith or who look like Lord Russell. It's easier to limit such thinking to Mao or Stalin, forgetting that Britain, like them, murdered on an immense scale in the name of an idea. The only difference being we still live in the world that Britain's liberal economists created, where 1 billion people go to bed hungry every night, and where efforts to change such a situation, as was claimed about Ireland, is destined not only to fail, but make things worse.
The real beneficiaries of free markets are the invisible man, the the consumer, the ordinary worker. Those are the real people who benefit from free markets.
Today, Ireland's
Fuck. When he speaks, man. Oh my God. And he's got such a punchable face too. If anyone's wondering who we were just listening to, that's Milton Friedman. And he's basically the poster child for the neoliberal Holocaust, as some will describe it. And we'll have to continue to refer it to as that moving forward. Next step, we got to get a Mr. E and a Mr. M collab. Is this the history guy, Mr. M? I'm pretty sure you guys have spoken about this person before. A good resource for Aussie early history is Dr. Christopher Reynolds. Has written some books using a lot of personal diaries of those founding fathers. Paints a different history than I got taught. Interesting. Like antithetical to this, or just like what you mean, like different to what you were taught in school, I guess?
Population is still 25% lower than it was 2 centuries ago. Now, this is a phenomenon that hasn't been repeated anywhere else on Earth. What's more, it happened right here, next to Britain. The country that gave the world the ideas and practices of modern capitalism enforced and exacerbated a famine right on its own doorstep. But that isn't a coincidence. Indeed, it was the inevitable consequence of those ideas being applied. The potato famine wasn't just caused by potato blight, but a new set of economic values coupled with political power and older ideas of racial superiority. In that respect, 1840s Ireland was a blueprint. Over the following century, the British Empire would repeatedly deploy the same dynamic, all in the name of the same ideology, market capitalism, coming at a cost of tens of millions of lives.
Mr. Biden, a quick word for the BBC.
The BBC, I'm Irish.
Savage. The BBC. I'm Irish. Yeah, he's been on the Geordie's pod. I know I should, but every time I see Shapiro, I imagine he has a rat under his little hat, pulling his hair like Ratatouille. So good. Wait, what? No way. What are you talking about? Like the Biden thing that he said? I'm Irish. He's Catholic too, right? He's Irish Catholic. All right. What's next on the agenda? Okay, so we have been working our way up to this one, which is he's Irish. Yeah, he's from Irish stock, right? He's American, Irish American. Not so oppressed anymore, are the Bidens.
On the morning of the 5th...
Okay, so this is where we've been working up to, and if you've seen the thumbnail on YouTube, I've taken the picture from this documentation and depiction of what happened. So this is the Castle Hill Rebellion, 1804. So the British versus Irish convicts in Australia. So this is a location in Sydney, and it's little known. I would say it doesn't get the coverage that something like Eureka Stockade would get. This is from a channel called The History Chap. Doing well for himself, 245,000 subscribers. This was done in August. It's had 100,000 views. So he's doing well for himself, this dude, The History Chap. And we're going to go through systematically and see. And so like the push has been, I'm assuming, from the playlist, which has been like, let's paint the picture of what's been happening on the world stage. And what's been happening in Ireland specifically, as to why there would have been a significant level of agitation among the Irish and working population within Australia, which is the working population at this point would have largely been persons that have brought over so their labour could have been exploited, and then they would have turned eventually into free labourers and all that sort of stuff as they would have been let go of their bondage to the system. So a lot of the men who were involved in the fall of the Irish Rebellion were sent to Australia as convicts, and that's the connection. Was it a war or was it a resistance against British starvation? Which one? The Irishmen's Rebellion that we were just looking at previously, or the United Irish Men's Rebellion, or are we talking about this one that we're about to have a look at here? Yeah, that one. Well, I don't know if you could really call it a war. It seems to have simply been one that was kind of suppressed once it culminated into some type of violent resistance. Like I guess it depends on where you sit on the fence with that one, whether you'd call it a war or not. But like here in Sydney, this would have been simply as described, a rebellion, an uprising. It was a cultural genocide, yes, but did it take place in the context of all-out war? I don't know. There would have been significant battles, and it seemed to have taken place across Ireland in towns and villages across the place. But it would have been severely suppressed. So, like, was it all-out warfare, or was it civil unrest? It depends how you define these things, I guess. I guess the Catholic God was looking the other way when Ashley Biden was having those showers. Vinegar stroke. It was cultural genocide. Mark's in the house. Vinegar Hill, how you going? Welcome to the stream. I am Australian because of that cultural genocide. Very interesting. it is like erasing a country's culture to intellectually occupy it, like what France did in Algeria. Yeah. Well, yeah, this is the colonial trajectory, really. And there's a lot of kind of racial superiority and purity argumentation behind it. So who's inferior to who gives you justification for great atrocity, which, under a typical Christian doctrine would be unjustifiable, if you didn't have these things like some type of racial purity test, or even one of free market dynamics, which is if these people can't look after themselves in a market setting, then like they deserve to be kind of eradicated, and the market will correct that. And so you see this kind of merging of religious, racial, and economic justifications for this type of atrocity. It's pretty crazy, man. But what a perfect storm that is. I am superior. Yeah, I know you are, but like that's not even just on racial grounds. That's just on individual grounds. Like you were just a better person than, I would say, most people, if not everyone, in the human race. Really. You are the Messiah, aren't you, Jerry Poppins? All right, let's get this going. Let's get a history lesson. Chris Green, the history chap, telling stories from British history.
On the morning of the 5th of March, 1804, just 16 years after the first convict fleet's arrival in Australia, the sound of musket fire echoed across the hills northwest of Sydney. It marked the largest convict rising in Australian history. But the 300 men who'd risen up were not your run-of-the-mill criminals. They were seasoned Irish revolutionaries who'd already fought British redcoats during the 1798 United Irishmen Revolt. And now they were making a bid not just for their own freedom, but also Ireland's, on the other side of the world. This is the story of the Castle Hill Revolt, when British redcoats and Irish rebels clashed in Australia at what the convicts called the Battle of Vinegar Hill. Claimed for Great Britain by Captain James Cook in 1770, the very first European settlers to arrive in Australia were that first fleet bringing convicts to New South Wales in 1789. By 1804, New South Wales housed approximately 5,000 Europeans. Of these, 3,500 to 3,800 were convicts, roughly 3/4 of the entire population. This wasn't a normal society. It was essentially a massive open-air prison. The free population of just 1,200 to 1,500 people included military officers, government officials, a handful of free settlers who'd only begun arriving in 1793, and emancipated convicts who'd served their sentences. Indeed, convicts wouldn't become a minority in the Australian population until the mass immigration fueled by the gold rushes of the 1850s. Nearly half of the free population consisted of sentences.
Get that history check there.
Convicts wouldn't become a minority in the Australian population until the mass immigration fueled by the gold rushes.
Mass immigration, that's where it is. Like next time I go to a March for Australia rally, or any of you do, we should ask people if they understand where the origins of mass migration are in Australia. It was all convict stock. They were the true Australian dominant population, and it was the mass migration caused by gold rushes that diluted that convict stock. I wonder if those people that marched there understand the full history of mass migration. It's interesting.
Of the 1850s, nearly half of the free population consisted of the military garrison responsible for guarding the convicts. The New South Wales Corps had specifically been recruited back in Britain in 1791 to garrison the penal colony. They had been recruited from half-pay officers, troublemakers, soldiers paroled from military prisons, and men with few prospects who were gambling on making fortunes in the colony. Numbering 608 men by 1802 and spread out guarding the various convict settlements, they would be nicknamed the Rum Corps due to their involvement in the lucrative rum trade in the colony, which says a lot about their attitude. Having said that, by the time of our story, most had been professional soldiers for anything up to 20 years. But it was the composition of the convict population that created the perfect storm for rebellion. Since 1791, Irish convicts have been transported to Australia. By 1804, they represented roughly a quarter, or 1,000.
Actually, he's saying is the mass migration is the 10-pound poms coming to look for gold. Isn't that interesting?
Of the convicts in New South Wales. 1804, they represented roughly a quarter, or 1,000, of the convicts in New South Wales.
Oh, back.
I created the perfect storm for rebellion. Since 1791, Irish convicts have been transported to Australia. By 1804, they represented roughly a quarter, or 1,000, of the convicts in New South Wales. Initially, they, like their British counterparts, were common criminals, but since 1798, that had changed. Following the failed United Irishmen Rebellion of 1798, approximately 600 Irish political prisoners were transported to Australia, and at least 325 of these were veterans of actual military campaigns, men who had commanded troops, planned operations, and fought pitched battles against British forces.
See, this is important, right? Like if we follow Brian from the New Atlas and his theory on everything, you need to have a level of organization. There's no such thing as spontaneous uprisings. And so if you have people that are used to organizing and agitating within this convict group who overwhelmingly outnumbers the British kind of rule there, the Rum Corps, they will use their power of organization to resist. And that's how you get a resistance movement. It's not just like people wake up one day and decide they've had enough and they want to overthrow the government or something like that. It needs to come from a level of coordination. It's a good lesson. It's something that Marx talked about, that people get their experience from organizing, and that's why it's important for people to be politically involved and agitate. It's definitely a Leninist thing. You got to be organized. You got to have a core group of revolutionaries who can take over. This is what happens once you kind of get experience with this type of thing. You understand there is a large level of coordination involved in it. And isn't that interesting? You know, these people were the organizers. They got away, but were sent to die in the colonies.
On arriving in Australia, the vast majority of these prisoners were sent to work on the government farm at Castle Hill, about 35 kilometres or 20 miles northwest of Sydney. By 1804, this farm housed 474 convicts in close quarters. The conditions they faced were deliberately harsh. Convicts worked from sunrise to sunset, 6 days a week, performing back-breaking labour, cutting trees, hauling carts, making bricks, quarrying sandstone. Punishment was savage and arbitrary. Standard discipline included 50 lashes with the cat o' nine tails, enough to strip skin from a man's back. Irish convicts faced double discrimination as both convicts and Irishmen. The colonial authorities viewed them with particular suspicion, treating them as ideologically dangerous traitors rather than mere criminals. Their concentration at Castle Hill, whilst convenient for work projects, was also a volcano waiting to explode. The spark that ignited rebellion came from halfway round the world. On Sunday, January the 22nd, 1804, a whaling ship called the Ferret arrived in Sydney Harbour, carrying newspapers from London, dated as recently as August the 22nd.
See the power of propaganda? Eh? It's so important. Like, people want to get access to whatever news is happening around the world. And there would have been like massive campaigns of propaganda that would have misrepresented things to make people agitated. But like, you know, whatever. They're getting access to papers that are coming from the other side of the world. This is the one insight into what's going on politically and back at home, because that's how they would have seen things. Like, the power of propaganda is so important. So important. That's why we have our own propaganda vehicle. It's incredible. And that's why social media is so dangerous. It's not because social media is inherently dangerous. Social media is actually potentially a liberating force, especially for the working class, because the true intention of social media is almost to be, peer to peer. You share something and it organically gains traction and goes viral, as they say. But we know that is heavily curated, even not boxed in, by algorithms, and algorithms that serve the interests of corporate players. And those corporate players, for the most part, want to profit off things, but they do have ideological bents on them as well. Look at it like X, someone like Elon Musk, who claims to be an advocate for free speech, but does actually cancel people on his platform that he ideologically disagrees with. So there are ideological bents on social media platforms, but for the most part, they're looking to maintain their algorithms that ensure them the best profit margins. So propaganda is it's the reason why you can make or break some type of social movement to get real change. Jerry Poppins. Australia is a collection of muggles, mudbloods, mutts, mutineers, and mongoloids. Glorious. Simply glorious. If the Brits used redcoats so you couldn't see them bleed, makes you wonder who chose the brown shirts. That's hilarious. I truly feel sorry for those who don't know the history of these colonial countries, especially if their homeland was occupied or colonized for a long time. See, I think this is actually something that would be good for working class Australian movements, which you seem to be raising quite a lot, Razor, which is a really good point. That I think in order to convince, I've been to a couple of March for Australia protests, and a lot of it has kind of been centered on this idealistic and glorified sentiment for an Australia long lost, and one that is associated with its kind of Christian and Anglo roots. Whereas if you kind of really looked at the history of Australia for the most part, and many of the people that were there, they were probably more from Irish stock, I would say, than they're not. And they've probably lost touch with their association with their colonial past. And the colonial past that I want to make apparent here is their colonial past is one that is defined not by them being on the side of the colonial oppressor, but being the oppressed, shipped to a country which this person has described as basically an open-air prison, and forced to work under extremely poor conditions, at the threat of arbitrary violence, like you would have seen in any of the slave colonies around the place. And so Australia's history, while it is a history paved, not paved, but doused in the blood of an indigenous population, it is also one that is doused in the blood of a convict population used for all intents and purposes, slave labor, which is again just part and parcel of capitalism, and how it kind of was able to manufacture its more grander state of industrial capitalism, which is really the thing that defines it. But without all of these colonial activities and the suppression of working people all around the world in colonies, whether they were mostly Irish stock or even English convicts, by the sounds of it, they made up a part of the cultural milieu, which was the oppressed worker in the Australian sense that were in the colonies. That's the thing that we should really focus on. It's just like, well, if you really want to pay homage to your Australian roots, then form an attachment to your colonial past, which is you've been exploited and your people were exploited for their labor by an evil British colonial regime. They were not very good with their own working people at home, the English. They were atrocious with the English working class. And there was an aristocracy, a landed gentry, a rentier class, and a capitalist class at home in England, supported by an old monarchical regime that basically suppressed you and brought people here to exploit them for their labor while extracting resources out of this country and sending it back home to the motherland. We've never really varied from the point, which is something Dilemmas talks about all the time, which is, well, we're still just used as a place where our resources, which are our sovereign resources, are just extracted and sent to the highest bidder. Some corporation, some multinational corporation extracts it and sells it to China, or sells it on the world market, and then we have to buy it back at inflated prices. Like, nothing's really changed in that sense. We're still being exploited. We've got a history of being used and brought here just for the benefit of some, I guess, ruling class somewhere else around the world. Today, it's shared. It's not just going to Britain. It's going to like the US and stuff like that. But that's the history. If you really want to be Australian, recognize, you really want to glorify Australia's past, then glorify the fact that we've all been exploited, I guess. We're all still being exploited. Only something like 3% of people participated in the American Civil War. It's interesting, isn't it? And like the grand scale of revolutionary history, like in the French Revolution, like it was 0.01% of the population that was involved. In the Russian Revolution, it was even less than that, I think, as a percentage of people actually involved in the fighting. Imagine if William Randall Hearst didn't use propaganda to kill the hemp business when the printing press was invented. If our skin was a different color and we'd never have forgotten, because we'd never have been allowed to, our privilege is that we have been included into the imperial family. We should never forget how it was before, though, or how it is for others who are still outside. Yes, hence what Razor has been speaking about pretty much all stream. We can't forget our history. But yeah, like, that's how you should reframe it. If you really want to be marching for Australia, you got to march for that heritage, which is we were all exploited by the English for their benefit, and people were brought over here. Migrants, like the people that you're worried about at the moment, migrants were literally brought here for exploitation, and so we should find some solidarity in that where possible. But like, let's not glorify this kind of Anglo culture, which was the exact culture that was used to exploit labor in the colonies in Australia in the first place. Let's not forget that they were the actual enemy, that original oppressive Anglo culture that saw themselves as racially superior to everybody else that was beneath them, convict or not.
1803. Don't forget that in those days of sailing ships, communication between Britain and Australia took months. These papers brought electrifying news. Robert Emmet had staged another uprising in Dublin. Robert Emmet's rebellion in July 1803 had been a catastrophic failure. Instead of hundreds of supporters expected, only 80 men showed up at his Dublin depot. The uprising collapsed into street skirmishes before the rebels dispersed. Emmet was captured, tried for high treason, and executed by hanging and beheading in that September. But the failure didn't diminish its impact on the Irish convicts at Castle Hill in Australia. In fact, the newspaper reports that they were reading were written before Emmet's execution. To those convicts, the flame of Irish revolution was still burning brightly. It convinced the convicts that they needed to escape Australia and return to Ireland to join what they believed was an ongoing revolution. Leading this response was Philip Cunningham, a publican from County Kerry.
From the 1978 TV miniseries Against the Wind? Tell me this is an Australian. Oh no, this is potentially about the United Irishmen thing.
Who'd served as a United Irishman captain during the 1798 rebellion. After that failed uprising, Cunningham had reorganised the United Irish Network in Southern Ireland during 1799. Captured and charged with sedition, his death sentence was commuted to transportation for life. Even during the voyage to Australia, Cunningham had been remarkably active in a violent mutiny aboard the transport ship named Anne in July 1800, where one ringleader was executed by firing squad. By 1804, despite holding the trusted position of overseer of government stonemasons, Cunningham remained an unrepentant revolutionary. Joining him were William Johnson, another 1798 veteran, and Samuel Humes, a Protestant United Irishman from Northern Ireland, who had also risen to the overseer of carpenters. Their plan was breathtakingly ambitious. The rebels intended to coordinate simultaneously across multiple locations. The 474 Castle Hill convicts would break out and march to gather weapons and recruits from surrounding settlements. They would then link up with nearly 1,100 sympathisers from the Hawkesbury River area slightly to the north, and then march to the small settlement of Parramatta and on to Sydney itself. There, after capturing key officials, the rebels would proceed to Sydney Harbour, seize ships and sail home to Ireland to rejoin what they believed was Emmet's continuing revolution. The communication network was elaborate. Couriers carried coded messages between settlements with different groups assigned specific roles and timings. The signal to begin would be a fire at Castle Hill, visible to the coordinated groups across the region. Cunningham's secrecy was so successful that authorities only learned of the conspiracy on the very evening before the rising took place. Two conspirators, an Irish overseer named Sloane and another Irishman, Lewis Bolger, at the last minute gave the authorities a crucial warning. Meanwhile, John Griffin, one of his couriers tasked with alerting rebels at Windsor, place. Two conspirators, an Irish overseer named Sloane and another Irishman, Lewis Bolger, at the last minute gave the authorities a crucial warning.
Fucking sellouts, bro. Absolute opportunists. What dogs. I tell you what, those sideburns are forever against the wind. Learning the history of colonialism and your own history is very important. Not just, your enemy or ally is. But in this way, you won't be manipulated by them. Yes. Yes. Look at these two dogs, bro. They're letting the authorities on. I remember being 15, walking around Parramatta when two lebs tried to roll me and my mate. Good times. Parramatta's a great place, man. Parramatta's a great place.
Meanwhile, John Griffin, one of his couriers tasked with alerting rebels at Windsor, Parramatta and Sydney, was arrested before he could deliver his messages. Unaware that the authorities had been tipped off and that many potential rebels hadn't received their orders, Cunningham went ahead with his plans. At 8 o'clock on the evening of March the 4th, 1804, John Kavanagh set fire to his hut at Castle Hill. It was the signal to the surrounding settlements. The largest convict rebellion in Australian history was on. As Kavanagh's hut burned, Philip Cunningham rallied his fellow convicts with the stirring cry that had echoed across Ireland 6 years earlier: death or liberty. Within hours, the rebels had broken open the farm's lockup, seized
I wonder if we can find this show. I really want to see that one day. What's it called? Does seem to be. I'm trying to see. Do you reckon those are gum trees in the background? Can you see that? That means it was shot in Australia if they are gum trees. I want to be able to find that show somewhere. I bet you it would be so hard to find. Against the wind. Those sideburns are against the wind.
Within hours, the rebels had broken open the farm's lockup, seized what weapons they could find, mostly agricultural tools, a few muskets and some pistols, and begun their march towards freedom. Their ranks swelled as they moved through the darkness, collecting supporters from smaller work gangs and settlements. By dawn, Cunningham commanded between 230 and 400 men, the largest armed force of convicts ever assembled in Australian history. Meanwhile, in Sydney,
check out those numbers. Yeah. Oh, no way. It's on YouTube? Oh, sweet. I didn't even have to download it. All right. Thank you very much. I will be taking that. Good sir. Give me a second. All right. That's the battle. Okay.
The colonial government was mobilising with impressive speed. Aware that the authorities had been tipped off and that many potential rebels hadn't received their orders, Cunningham went ahead with his plans. At 8 o'clock on the evening of March the 4th, 1804, meanwhile in Sydney, the colonial government was mobilising with impressive speed. Forewarned at the last minute by those convict informers, at 11:30 p.m, little more than 3 hours into the rising 20 miles away, cannons boomed across the port and drums beat the general alarm. Governor Philip Gidley King, realising the gravity of the situation, personally rode through the darkness to alert his military commander, Major George Johnston of the New South Wales Corps. Johnston, no relation to the convict leader, was 2 weeks short of his 40th birthday. Born in Scotland, he had been commissioned as a Marine when he was just 12 and seen action in the American Revolutionary Wars before he was 20. Still a Marine, he had arrived in Australia with the First Fleet. He then served as adjutant to the very first governor, Arthur Phillip, before transferring to the New South Wales Corps in 1791. By 1804, this veteran of over 15 years in the colony understood both the terrain and the convict mentality better than almost any other military officer available. He was also as ruthless as any Irish convict, as you're going to find out. At 1:30 a.m. on the 5th of March, Johnston took command of 55 soldiers who had marched from Sydney to his home at Annandale. Leading this force on a gruelling night march to Parramatta, he reached the barracks as dawn was breaking just before 6 a.m. By now, Cunningham and his convict rebels had moved out of Castle Hill Farm and were moving to the northwest towards the Hawkesbury River, where they expected to join more supporters. Unbeknown to him, his message to those convicts had never been delivered. At Parramatta, Johnston divided his forces. Lieutenant Davis led half the troops north towards Castle Hill, whilst Johnston took the rest along with 50 local militiamen and set off after Cunningham. He and a trooper by the name of Thomas Anlazark rode ahead of his column, and after travelling about 10 miles, 16 kilometres, they received word that the rebels were just ahead of them in what is now the Sydney suburb of Rouse Hill. About 6 miles or 10 kilometres from their intended target of Windsor on the Hawkesbury River, the convicts had positioned themselves on high ground, which they named...
It is strong child soldier game. Yeah, far out. What a history of that as well. Like, he's been in the American Revolutionary War. Obviously didn't live up to expectations there, but what credentials. My God.
Named Vinegar Hill. The choice of name was ground. Windsor on the Hawkesbury River. The convicts had positioned themselves on high ground, which they named Vinegar Hill. The choice of name was deeply symbolic. The original Vinegar Hill in County Wexford had been the site of a devastating defeat for the Irish rebels in 1798, where British forces had slaughtered hundreds of United Irishmen. By choosing this name, Cunningham and his followers were deliberately invoking that memory, perhaps hoping for a different outcome on Australian soil. The rebel position was tactically sound. They had occupied elevated terrain with good visibility, forcing any attacking force to advance uphill. Cunningham had organised his force of just under 300 men in military formation, drawing on his experience as a United Irishman captain. Numerically, they outnumbered the government force by something like 4 to 1, but their weapons were pitiful compared to their enemies. Agricultural implements, a handful of muskets, and makeshift spears against the disciplined firepower of Johnston's troops. What happened next would become one of the most controversial episodes in early Australian military history. Johnston sent a mounted trooper to demand surrender, promising the governor's amnesty for those who submitted early. When this failed, he dispatched Father James Dixon, an Irish Catholic priest, who had been allowed to celebrate Mass with the Irish convicts and whom the British suspected of encouraging the rising, to appeal to the rebels' religious sentiments. Neither approach succeeded. Cunningham's response was uncompromising. Death or liberty, and a ship to take us home. Johnson then rode forward under a white flag of truce. The rebels called to him to come amongst them, but Johnson replied that he was within pistol shot and posed no threat. Their commanders should come out to speak with him where he was. Eventually, Philip Cunningham and William Johnston advanced from the rebel lines for what both sides understood to be a parley under the protection of that white flag. As Cunningham and Johnston approached under the flag of truce, Major Johnson and Trooper Anlazark suddenly produced concealed pistols. Johnston put a gun to Cunningham's head and captured both rebel leaders, using them as human shields whilst retreating to his own lines. This act of deception enraged the rebels and even shocked some of the government supporters, but it achieved Johnston's tactical objective. With their leaders captured and the element of surprise lost, the convict army was thrown into confusion. Johnson immediately ordered his outnumbered troops to open fire. Quartermaster Sergeant Thomas Laycock directed over 15 minutes of sustained musket volleys into the rebel ranks. The convicts were hopelessly outgunned and tried to find any cover they could. When the order came to charge, Laycock led the assault with fixed bayonets. In the melee, Philip Cunningham was severely injured by a cutlass. The battle itself lasted less than 30 minutes, but the pursuit continued until darkness fell that night. Government forces, reinforced by additional troops arriving from Sydney, hunted fleeing convicts through the countryside with systematic thoroughness. The casualty figures tell the story. At least 15 rebels died in the initial...
Yeah, I know, dirty. But like, that's it, right? If you're going to be in a colony on the other side of the world, this is it. It's like make or break. There's no reinforcements coming. If you guys can't figure out what's going on, like, you're done. You're absolutely done for. And like, they will take, like, if they get it, they'll take the colony itself, and like, everything's lost. There's no reinforcements coming. Like, you take out the leadership, cut off the head of the snake, and like, they're just a rabble outside of those two agitators. It's clever, but what a fucking snake, bro. Yo, what's up, give up. Nothing, keep your arms. I didn't even know you were here. I'm sorry, Avalava. I've been not actually refreshing the stream, sorry. I'm starting to get the feeling that Nazism is the logical end of liberalism and now neoliberalism. Yeah, I wonder what we were watching when you came up with that thought. It was like an hour ago. Wonder if you're still here. But like, yeah, this is the move towards more authoritarianism. As we have seen, liberalism served its purpose, and now we're moving back towards this authoritarian style of capitalism, where people are going to become more militant for Militant Mondays. Yeah, like how's that strategy? Call them out under the white flag of truce and just disperse them. That's it. It's all or nothing at this point. If these rebels take a hold, like, they're gone. You're still here. Apologies. Yeah, and what a ruthless man he is. I wonder what they did with them. That was during the Irish history video. Okay. I think still comment of the stream so far. I think it was, who said the thing? It was a dilemmas before. If the redcoats have red coats to hide the blood, then why do the Nazis have brown? They made the mistake of not being prepared for deception and a loss of leadership. Yeah, do you reckon? Yeah, like, look, loss of leadership is hard with a rabble, right? Because then you don't have like subordinate officers and all that sort of stuff to keep people in control. But like, not being prepared for the deception, that's an interesting one, because what they would have had faith in, which is the blunder that you're calling out here, is like, they would have had faith in the white flag and what it meant to be able to negotiate on terms. You would have had faith in the integrity of your opposition. So that's where they really lost out, is having faith in the integrity of your opposing force. That's interesting. I heard one wag describe neoliberalism as Robin Hood in reverse. That's pretty good. And it is pretty much that, right? Trickle down economics. All boats rise with the rising tide. All that bullshit propaganda and rhetoric is just to transfer wealth from the working and middle classes to the ultra wealthy. Yeah, Robin Hood in reverse. That's for sure. Don't know what I'm doing. That's a pretty sick name, actually. I think we got a couple of new people here. I think I'm just going to give out some invitations to those of you who are new and haven't been here before. Please go over and join our Discord community and drop your propaganda there, because we've seen the power of propaganda today. If it comes from the other side of the world, it can inspire a rebellion. So come and join our community and drop your propaganda and read some other propaganda that people are dropping. It's a really good way to stay on top of things. And for everyone else, and for everyone, actually, this is the link to Patreon, my Patreon. Please go and join and become a free member so I can get notifications to you easily. It's not filtered by an algorithm like on social media. And if you can financially support, that would be great. But yeah, go and join up to the Patreon. Go become a free member if you're liking the stream and all this sort of stuff. So let's get back to it. This is gripping. Like, I really want to know how this unfolds. But then they systematically, after dispersing the crowd, systematically went through. And like, what an expansive place Sydney would have been. And they've gone through and systematically weeded out kind of all the rebels, let's call them, at this point. That's crazy.
Initial engagement, with estimates suggesting 39 total convict deaths, which included those killed during the pursuit. Many more were wounded, and over 40 were captured. Government forces, on the other hand, reported no casualties whatsoever. This hadn't been a riot by criminal desperados. This had been a well-organised rising by revolutionaries, intent on overthrowing British authority in Australia, and then in Ireland too. What followed was not justice, but calculated terror designed to ensure that such an uprising could never happen again. The injured leader, Philip Cunningham, was hanged without trial. This summary execution, conducted without any pretense of legal proceedings, set the tone for everything that followed. William Johnston, who had surrendered believing he'd receive fair treatment, discovered the government's true intentions. Along with Samuel Humes, he was subjected to a hasty court-martial and sentenced to death. Both men were not merely executed, but ordered to be hung in a public place, and then for their bodies to be hung in chains. Particularly gruesome form of punishment, where corpses were displayed in metal cages as warnings to others. 8 other rebel leaders faced summary court-martials and execution within days. For those who escaped death, the punishments were scarcely less horrific. 9 rebels received floggings of between 200 and 500 lashes. Sentences that could literally flay flesh from the bone. Father James Dixon, the Irish Catholic priest whom authorities suspected of involvement despite his attempts to mediate during the battle, was forced to place his hands on the raw, bloodied backs of the flogged rebels, a macabre reminder of what authorities believed was his role in encouraging the uprising. 30 more rebels were shipped north to the Coal River settlement.
That is fucking hardcore, isn't it? And that is a campaign of terror too. And not only flailing people to the bone, but then getting a religious leader, a symbol, and a senior figure in the community to put their hands on those persons as a result of that. That's very interesting psychological warfare that goes with this. type of colonial arrangement, right? When you're suppressing a group of people that are much larger than you in numbers, you've got to use things outside of the traditional means of force to help suppress them. And it's a lesson for grander society and how it works. We are contained mostly by no physical barrier. We're not actually, like, typically, and I'm using this in a kind of a Western sense here, but we aren't constrained by the threat of force always. It's mostly some form of psychological coercion or indoctrination that makes us compliant. It's not just the threat of violence always that keeps us under control. And like, here's a good example of it. And it's a good reminder. Like, it's not like we have soldiers like, watching us all the time, or police standing out the front of your house or something like that. That's why you comply and follow the law. It's usually, years of being indoctrinated by the system and psychological warfare that keeps you kind of in place and, like I said, compliant. And terror is just another one of those things that they would have had to have used back in the day. Sending a message, making an example of people. It's crazy stuff.
Now Newcastle, which was already notorious as one of the harshest rebels in encouraging the uprising. 30 more rebels were shipped north to the Coal River settlement, now Newcastle, which was already notorious as one of the harshest penal establishments in the colony. Others were sent to the desolate settlement on Norfolk Island. Interestingly, the Castle Hill Rebellion was not the last convict rising in Australia. Similar uprisings occurred on Norfolk Island in 1834 and 1846, and also in Van Diemen's Land, Tasmania. However, none of these later incidents approached the scale or organisation of Cunningham's uprising. For Major George Johnston and the New South Wales Corps, the successful suppression brought rewards and enhanced prestige. Johnston received a substantial land grant as recognition for his decisive action, despite the controversy surrounding his use of the deception under the flag of truce. The Corps' demonstration of military effectiveness strengthened their position in colonial society and reinforced their sense of indispensability. This growing power and confidence of the New South Wales Corps would soon create its own problems for the British authorities. Just 4 years later, in 1808, many of the same officers who had crushed the Castle Hill Rebellion, including Johnston himself, would stage their own uprising, the infamous Rum Rebellion that deposed Governor William Bligh. And I'm going to tell that story, and indeed the story of William Bligh and the mutiny on the Bounty, very soon. In total, 164,000 convicts would be transported to Australia before the practice stopped in 1868. 40,000, or a quarter, were Irish. The Castle Hill Rising and the ensuing Battle of Vinegar Hill, when Irish revolutionaries fought British redcoats, remains the largest and most ambitious convict rising in Australian history. A moment when the stories of Britain, Australia and Ireland came together. Well, I hope you enjoyed that story from the early days of Britain.
Very, very interesting. And so there you go, 100,000? Is that what he said? 100,000 Australians, convicts brought to Australia as part of the protests. Hi, is there a movie about this? Oh, good question. Really good question. Would be nice to know. Wonder if we can. There is a TV series, actually, if you're wondering. It's called Against the Wind. It was a TV miniseries. And if you have a look in the chat, Gatan Aranja. If you have a look in the chat, somebody's actually put a YouTube link already. It was like just a few comments ago, basically. That leads to, I guess, a depiction of part of this story. So, do you learn about these battles in history class? I never learned about this one. We learned about the Eureka Stockade. That was it. That was as far as it went. We didn't even learn about like how many convicts actually came here. I think he said 164,000 convicts would be transported to Australia before they stopped it in 1868. and 40,000. And that was part of like kind of the workers' movement as well. There were people that were here and they were against the idea of convict labor, and so they were agitating against that. 40,000 were Irish, and so yeah, again, we've got to kind of remind people, I guess you would say, or remind the Australian working class at least, that like, disassociate yourself with this kind of like in the March of Australia kind of context, like disassociate yourself with this kind of ideal that Australian culture is defined by its specifically its connection to the Commonwealth in the sense of there's some type of solidarity with the English establishment, like it means something. Like they literally brought people here to exploit them for their labor. And so they could send resources back to the mainland to make money for people with vested interests back home. They had absolutely no care for the people they were bringing out here, English or Irish. They're all working people, people to be exploited for their labor. And so like that's the thing that I think is like the March for Australia style people should rally behind if they're looking to pin themselves on Australian culture. It is one that which is in its entirety, it is a culture of people that have been oppressed by a colonial regime. And so they should take some type of they should take pride in the history, their shared history, for most of the people that would tie themselves to an earlier Australian stock of migrants. Is that it's the evil English oppressor that has always been the problem. They oppressed the Australian people, the Australian colony extensively, and did some pretty harsh things to make sure they stayed in line, and treated them abusively and indiscriminately, it would seem as well. Like, no legal processes, that sort of stuff is unnecessary. But like the shared history, or the history, the narrative from the history should be taken as to it is a history of resistance against the evil English colonial oppressor and the colonial authorities. Again, they were just here to make bank and to exploit people. They didn't really have they didn't have a real care in the land or the people itself. It was just so they could make a name for themselves, get some land here in the colonies, make themselves rich, and send resources back home, or make a name for themselves so they could go home and live like kings. But like the majority of people that were brought here were just brought here to be exploited, like anyone else in any colony around the world, any oppressed person in any of the colonies around the world, that were just exploited and treated with disdain, and like were subjected to some pretty horrific conditions by the sound of it. But like another important lesson from this, I think, for all of us, when we like consider things like we consider things like resistance, is the importance of organization. There really is a small case to be made for this idea of spontaneity, like people will just rise up and do stuff because they're all upset all of a sudden. It takes a while it takes some good networking, community building, and then intent in order to change a system, or in order to fight back against somebody that you think is doing you wrong. It takes a lot of organization in order to do that, and it takes a lot of coordination in order to do that. So even for people like that are part of something like the March for Australia, it seems that largely the movement started off as a spontaneous viral sensation on social media. But like, if they're really going to fight against the evil government, as they were saying a lot, during the marches that I went to. Like, it was a lot about this government that is not serving the people. Like, outside of the rhetoric that was about, we got to stop migration and stuff like that, a lot of the sentiment was the government is not serving the people. And that is a sentiment that is being felt largely across the Western capitalist world, or just like the advanced capitalist world generally. And like that is government is not serving the people, it's serving other interests. And usually it's business interests and things like that. But like that's shrouded kind of in the rhetoric against against migrants and like other working people. But like the lesson is that you can't just have kind of a spontaneous viral event that goes and happens on Facebook and everybody gets together and marches through the streets and comes back for some speeches. There has to be a level of organization and networking that happens on top of that if you actually want significant change. If you just want to vent and voice your opinion, that's fine too. That is a form of political expression. So, but like expression goes as far as just simply expressing itself. If you want that expression to turn into something that's more than that, then yes, you must network at that point and organize something. So like you have a list of objectives, something that you want to achieve, and then you go about making that come to fruition. Like the lesson here is a level of organization. And like the people that ended up organizing this event, it would seem, were people that already had experience as Irish revolutionaries back home fighting against the British already. So they probably already had a significant disdain for English people in redcoats, but like they were fighting for Irish liberation, and they were thrown out. They were sent away to the colonies to serve out their sentences, and they used that prior experience to help agitate here. And they agitated in a way that has gone down in history, according to the history chap over here and his accounts, as this is the biggest rebellion in Australian history. And it was on the backs of people that had already learned how to organize and fight and in the motherland. They were Irish, and they were able to use their systems to kind of coordinate. It seemed to have failed, but they used, their communication channels to agitate and get people together. But the British officers, I'm assuming, were very, very quick in suppressing that, and they cut the head off the snake there. And like outside of that organization, as depicted again in this historical account, was simply a rabble being then rounded up by the Rum Corps. Can we just enjoy the selection of hats in this depiction? Yeah, I know, right? There's some great hats here. And hats used to be a big thing too. Like before the style of what's the word? Yeah, it's just clothing. It's just before the clothing industry that we have today, which is just about like absolute waste and seasonal fashion. The hat industry was like, it was big stuff, man. Like you look at all the footage from people like 100 years ago in the streets and stuff like that, when there's like a political event, everyone's got a hat on and they look mighty fine. Agitate, educate, organize. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And where are we at on that trajectory? I think we're more in the second part there though, educating. I do find that like working class consciousness is the biggest issue at present for us. Like I think people don't even know that there is, like most people wouldn't even think that there is any type of a class thing going on because of the hyper individualization of society, thanks to the neoliberal era. The neoliberal era has done so much damage. Everyone's a fucking individual. There's no such thing as society, and so there's definitely no understanding of class at all, or like a group interest at least. Like let's not call it class if that's too scary for some people. Let's just call it shared interests. And there are a big segment of society. There is a big segment of society, the overwhelming majority, that have very similar economic interests. And we are the working people of the world who, manage to survive in the system. I'm not going to say we struggle. It's not always a struggle, but we do have to manage how we exist in the system. We have to be careful and make the right choices. And that array and myriad of choices that we make on a daily basis, a yearly basis throughout our life is what defines us. And so we have a shared interest together because we're all on that same trajectory, and we just have no consciousness of that anymore. So I do find the education part to be significant, especially for something like this. Agitating and organizing has to be done outside of a process like this. And I would encourage people to organize as much as they can wherever they get the time. But that's another construct of the neoliberal era, I would say, is the fact that we do have less time. Even though we've got all these things, this technology that's supposed to liberate us and give us more time than ever, we actually seem to have less time. Like perceptively, it seems like we have less time than ever before, thanks to things like social media and getting caught in a doom scroll. At the time that people would have spent, I don't know, forming community organizations or at least being active in the community. It doesn't have to be political. Being outside with other humans, that has been consumed by connection via our technology, and that has superseded our position in communities and all that sort of stuff. So like we have less time to get out and be part of our communities, but that is still obviously very important. And that's what these guys were doing. It was so clear, it was so blatantly clear for these convicts that like all of their interests were aligned. It was literally, if you were them, you were a convict or you were a redcoat, and like, they indiscriminately held you to account for being a convict violently, and they suppressed you. And so it was very, very, very obvious who the enemy was. Like now it's very opaque. It's very hard to see. It's very hard to understand what your own class interests are, especially in the culture wars, because like, the real opposition is, that right-wing person over there who, doesn't like the welfare state, or if it's that left-wing person over there who's all full of woke ideologies trying to destroy the positions of the traditional family and gender notions. Like, they're the real enemy. And it's just like, well, are they? Maybe you disagree with them, but like, are they your enemy? Are they fighting against your economic interests? Are they making your life harder because you can't afford to live in this world anymore thanks to a cost of living crisis? I don't know. I don't think they really are your enemy as such. They have, yes, very different opinions, and the differences are acute, but are they actually your enemy? It's a question that you need to ask yourself. Don't know what I'm doing. I think that consciousness is growing, though. I think it is too. I think it is. Okay, it's the precursor to consciousness. I think what is growing is the sentiment that people are figuring out that the way the society works is not benefiting them. So like, who is it benefiting? And people are starting to have these notions of this general anti-establishment feeling. There's this anti-establishment consensus out there, and people are like, yeah, you know what, it really only works for this group of people or that. And like the left have their kind of expressions of that. It's like, the evil capitalists out there, it's the evil corporations out there, it's the imperialists out there that are destroying the world. And then like kind of the right-wing people would have their own sentiments on that, which would be like, it's big government that's out there, and it's like, it's the Rothschilds, it's the banking sector, the financial institutions out there that are trying to get you. It's the deep state. And like, all these are expressions of the same thing, which is there is a conceited effort by a smaller group of people that do have money, wealth, power, and access to the state machinery that are not serving your interests anymore. And so like, if all of those narratives that I explained from the left or the right, and all of these general narratives that come out of working people could be consolidated into one, and we could all realize that, hey, we have a common enemy, then we could put aside some of our differences of opinions on how we kind of relate to each other, or like how we view or perceive what is an ideal lifestyle, or way of educating our children or bringing up the next generation. We could put aside some of those differences of opinions and concentrate on the fact that, yes, we are all feeling the same pressure of a global system of economics that is failing the vast majority of us and making life harder, not easier. If we could coalesce around that stuff, I think, yes, you're right. Don't know what I'm doing. That would lead to a growing sense of consciousness. But I still think the culture wars is a big problem. We choose to have less time. Okay, I see what you did there. We choose to have less time. But like, I don't blame people, because we do kind of get absolutely brainwashed and bombarded by things. And like, people do, they do what they are told to do through significant, I don't know how else to say it, but brainwashing, but like marketing campaigns. Like, throughout our entire lives, we're marketed to. We see ads all the time, constantly telling us subliminally, overtly, whatever, what to do, what to say, what to think, what is normal. And we get hooked on consumer goods that control our lives. So I know we can choose to throw the phone out the window. You could choose to never go online again, but like, with the level of brainwashing that we have from marketing today, it's a big ask. I know what you're saying. We choose to have less time today. I get it. It's in a very haphazard way, but people are starting to connect the dots. Yes, but like, if we can draw people to the dots specifically and away from the culture wars, that's the main thing. Do you have ICE rounding up people in Australia? I mean, your own version of ICE, right? No, not like that. No, and not as significant. Like, we don't have basically a paramilitary that goes around literally rounding migrants up and throwing them in the back of vans and stuff like that. And like, kind of throwing them in processing facilities. Not to that extent. What we have had in the past, and this is more of kind of a European model, like a Mediterranean European model, where we used our navy to stop people like boats from coming in, and like intercepting boats, turning them around, taking them other places, or we take those boats and we gather those people together and send them to an offshore processing facility. So we have islands around Australia, or deals with other nations, where we go and process, people that are trying to come here via boats. But as far as I am concerned, we don't have kind of a law enforcement arm, the equivalent to the Department of Homeland Security, that like basically are militarized and have extraordinary powers to pick people off the streets. We do have due process for the most part here, and there is a level of sanctuary given to certain people that are seeking asylum. But like, you have to get here first, and like, as an island on the, basically on the edge of the world, really, it is quite difficult, I'd say, to get to Australia. Dirk Turk Gerbs. What's that? I don't know your praise. Is he less crazy than the Down? Our Prime Minister, some people refer to in this community as Chairman Albo. So our Prime Minister is a gentleman by the name of Anthony Albanese, and he does not have the executive power of the President of the United States. It's a very different system in that regard. Still, head of state still has the ability to do a lot of stuff, especially because of the fact that he has a substantial majority in the Australian Parliament at the moment, and is able to run. So our Parliament, considered like commensurate to your Congress, is able to run our Parliament in a way that is conducive to what his ideas are, and his vision for Australia. But Albo's sleazy. Yeah, it's so good. That was such a funny call. I heard a few people saying that day. Albo's sleazy. But yeah, when you say like crazy, I'm assuming you mean like, as ideologically driven as Donald Trump and has a very specific agenda. I wouldn't say that Albanese has an agenda. Dare I say that Albanese is really just a left of center at best style politician who would uphold some of our strong values in Australia for the social welfare state. So like, you know, credit where credit's due in that regard. But like definitely not radical in any sense of the word, left or right radical sense. And like, does he have a specific agenda? I don't know. I wouldn't really say he does at all. That seems to be the problem with a lot of Australian politicians, actually, is they don't actually have a strong agenda, to be honest. Say it loud and proud. Albert Sleazy. We don't have ice, but we got a lot of meth. Adelaide represent. Very good. Which is a good thing. We just have cops that put drunk abos in paddy wagons and then they die mysteriously. Yeah, we do have a big problem with that type of law enforcement meets very marginalized sectors of the community that have run-ins with law enforcement that don't know how to deal with them properly. That's for sure. Sky News, your propaganda is hilarious. That's good. Sounds like Oz is less fucked than the US. Don will try to stay in power. Yes, we've been speaking about this. Donnie and Co ain't going anywhere. Albo's nickname in uni was The Trot. Too pragmatic. Do people call Trump the Don in USA? Can you confirm? Haha, I haven't heard of that one. Many people call him Daddy. Yeah, Daddy Trump's coming to get ya. Daddy Trump's coming to get ya. All right, I just want to like follow up what we have just seen with the next one, because we're gonna have to continue all of this for the next Militant Monday. But like, this is just a short one, but I think it's going to give us a lot of context for what we were speaking about here, about if we are going to rally behind anything in Australia, and like, you know, rally behind the flag and imagery of an Australian culture, it should be the imagery of an Australian culture that has been suppressed by a colonial power, and gives us that sentiment, that feeling of resisting and being anti-establishment, which is good for creating working class sentiment and consciousness. There's a little video in here about the daily life of convicts. So let's have a quick look at this. I think that might be interesting. Depends on your definition of fucked. That's pretty good. I'm assuming that's in relation to the question about whether Australia is fucked or not, or doesn't sound as fucked. Don't know what I'm doing. At the end of the day, cops are about protecting the assets of the rich. And fundamentally, if you look at how the police have kind of functioned in modern bourgeois society, it really was about actually protecting, you know, not just the assets of the rich, but actually protecting private property, like physical property, against working people, like all these, you know, people with nice hats just standing around. Like, what do you do with labor when they get drunk and disorderly and decide that they've had enough of working in the factory system or being part of a poorhouse, and they start rioting and burning stuff down because they're pissed off with the system? The cops have been there to systematically protect private property. It's very interesting. News 3, plug. Depends on your definition of fucked. All right, I'm going to do another plug. I know I did some before, but if you've been watching this and you are interested, please go and join our Discord community and come and drop your propaganda. And go and join and become sign up as a free member here, please, on Patreon, so you can get actual notifications for this content. You can financially support, that'd be great, but like, just become a free member, please. Easy, hire other workers to punish the troublemakers, right? Interesting. That's what happens, isn't it? Hey? And I've made this argument here a lot. I don't think people dispute this. They don't like the cops at all. But my main argument is cops at the end of the day are other working class people. And so, yes, you hire other workers and you pay people a wage to punish troublemakers, and you form like a private militia, but you know, we call it the police force. They got the word force because they are able to use violent force, and they have the monopoly on that violent force. That's why the London cops started. Yeah. And all it took was Desi, a homemade firearm at Aussie Bush, and the Aussie Bush, to make the cops look like fools. You know, we're going to have to revisit the Desi phenomenon at some point, I think. Because like it's complete radio silence in the Australian media about Desi. And when you go to the March for Australia, I don't know, Dilemmas, you tell me actually, I'd be interested to know. I hear a lot of people talking about Desi at March for Australia rallies and stuff like that. Desi still is on the run, man. Like, look, could you imagine if they caught Desi, it would have just been all over. If people don't know what I'm talking about, there's a gentleman by the name of Desi Freeman. I can't remember what his original name was. But yeah, he's renamed himself Desi Freeman, and he's on the run from the Australian authorities currently. He killed 2 coppers in cold blood as they tried to enter his property, and he ran off into the bush, and he's disappeared. And like with all the sophisticated militarized police style technology that the Australian law enforcement has at its disposal, they can't capture one guy. It's basically like Rambo. And he's gone into the forest, he's gone into the Australian bush, and they can't find this guy at all. He's a skilled bushman apparently, and he's well versed in this type of stuff. As someone who prescribes to the sovereign citizen movement, he believes that there is no law enforcement or any type of authority from the state infrastructure or the state architecture. So basically the government, there's no government that can have any rule or say over him, because he believes that the government to be illegitimate on a multitude of grounds, but it's really a legal argument, I think. And so he's well versed in all of this anti-establishment rhetoric and outlook of the world, and he's disappeared. And so not only is he on the run and skilled, but he's completely evaded Australian law enforcement. The issue isn't the cops, it's the laws they are told to uphold. It's the laws that they're but like, yeah, did you hear about people speaking about this in at your March for Australia stuff? The police in the States has a strong roots to slave patrols as well. Yeah, rounding up slaves, people that are trying to escape, rounding them up, doing things to them, terrorizing them, getting them to go back to work as well. Yeah, it's like suppression of slave workers in the South and corralling working populations, free labor forces in the North, right? Got to control labor. That's what it really comes down to. And that's what, if you ever wondered, I know this is really cryptic and won't make sense without a larger explanation, but if you ever wondered what capitalism is really all about, it's not just this system of making money and profits. It's also about how to control your workforce. That's what we've just listened to for the last, hour or something. Is there was they brought 3,000 people with them, and like 3,000 convicts to set the colonies up. So controlled labor with 600 military persons and officials to control them. So you have a small group of people that control a working population. That's capitalism in a nutshell. Usually it's done through free labor, and so these convicts would transfer and become free laborers eventually, but at the start it was about concentrated slave labor conditions, direct labor without any rights, and then you open up to free labor beyond that. So capitalism is really a system of controlling labor. As much as it is making profits from said labor, it's really about how you control labor in a system where people aren't tied to the land anymore, which is what you had beforehand. ACAD, there it is. Don't know what I'm doing. They have to make the most from our bodies. Yeah, it's really unfortunate when you say it like that, but yes, it is true. It's really bleak, isn't it? They have to make the most of it. But it's like, what else are they going to do with us? What, just feed us or use the industrial capacity and ability that we have now in the modern era to just let people be free and be looked after by the wonderful technology that we have around us? No, definitely not. We've got to make use of everyone's labor. Desi has given other sovereign citizens the license to come out There's a decent amount in Adelaide marches. Too bad the ideology is flawed in a lot of ways. Yeah. But like, yeah, I hear a lot of people like talk, and it's like glorification stuff as well. It's definitely not like, oh, you know, it was awful, wasn't it? And these are the same people that were like thanking the cops at the March for Australia about how wonderful the cops are and stuff like that. But like hey, but Desi though, shooting cops in cold blood and escaping into the forest, is like a modern day Ned Kelly type figure, I guess you would say. So there's a contradiction going on there that is unresolved by the culture wars, which is like, at the same time, you know, support the cops, but like, hey, I do like my Desi Freeman. Hey, which one is it? All right, let's get a quick snapshot of life as a convict, just for a little bit more context on how you control labour in a colony, and then we're going to finish it off and go on to the afters.
From the time of early European settlement in the late 18th century, convicts were transported from overseas to Australian soil. The lives of convicts were strictly controlled. They were sent to Australia as punishment, so they were expected to work hard from sunrise to sunset. Male convicts cleared land for farming, chopped down trees for building, made bricks and built roads and government buildings. Female convicts often worked as servants for officials, or were sent to institutions known as female factories, where they completed daily tasks like laundry and cleaning the barracks.
Female factories? It's all just a system of controlling labour. It's crazy, isn't it?
Where they completed daily tasks like laundry and cleaning the barracks. When the settlers first arrived in Australia, they had to bring supplies with them or have them shipped from England. By the early 1800s, a lot of the food that settlers ate was grown in Australia. In 1811, the weekly ration for convicts in New South Wales included salt beef, pork, wheat, and corn or peas.
They ate pretty well.
Typical meals included bread and a porridge made from oatmeal and water for breakfast, a bread roll with dried and salted meat for lunch, and another bread roll for dinner.
They had meat.
Some of the
That's
clothes
crazy.
that convicts wore were very distinctive. This uniform from Van Diemen's Land was used in the 1830s and 1840s. Made from woolen cloth, it was known as a magpie suit because of its half black and half yellow colour. The arrow design stamped on the trousers was used to identify British government property. This uniform was
It's property, man. I wonder if they're talking about the pants or the person wearing the pants. I'm assuming it is the latter. Treat us like fellow human beings. They can't do that. They would lose control. Every Aussie male gets a Mad Max / Ned Kelly phase at some point. That's so good. We need some blue-haired female factories just to teach a little perspective. I see what you're doing there. They almost never got the full ration. Yeah, fair enough. I can't believe they got meat. I'm surprised at that. What a luxury. Hey, go live in the colonies.
trousers was used to identify British government property. This uniform was made for convicts who had been sentenced to chain gangs to wear, so they would stand out from other convicts. The outer parts of the trouser legs were fastened with buttons, so the convicts didn't have to remove their leg irons when getting dressed. As well as the suit, convicts were given 2 shirts, a sleeveless vest, a woolen cap, and a leather cap. If the convicts behaved badly, they could be punished. Sometimes they were flogged with a whip called a cat-o'-nine-tails. They could be put into stocks or leg irons, or into a dark cell in solitary confinement. If the convicts continued to misbehave, they could be sent to a penal colony, such as Norfolk Island or Port Arthur. Sometimes convicts were hanged. It paid to be a well-behaved convict, however. After 4 years of good behaviour, prisoners who had been sentenced to 7 years transportation were granted a ticket of leave, which allowed them to work for themselves. Some convicts were also pardoned.
See, this is the transition between slave labor style, like fully controlled labor, no rights, you're essentially property, and free labor arrangements. And so like free labor arrangements are difficult in the early days of a colony because there's a lot of land, especially in a colony like Australia. And so you can have people that can go and just live off the land, and they will refuse to actually contribute back to the economy because they can become self-sufficient. And so you would actually put free labor on drip fee. Like you don't want to just kind of allow everyone to come over as free laborers because they won't contribute to a capitalistic style economy. You got to get them used to the economy, establish the system, the market style of system in that colony first before you have too many free laborers, especially again when there's so much kind of land, I guess you would say, at your disposal.
And allowed to return to England, were granted a ticket of leave, which allowed them to work for themselves. Some convicts were also pardoned and allowed to return to England.
If you liked this video...
Interesting. It's all about controlling labor. It's a good takeaway. The cat and nine tails was a vicious weapon. Yeah, I've seen one of those up close. Pretty scary stuff. And yeah, imagine like the amount, like it's not like 10, like, you know, getting 50 lashes for an indiscretion, and being part of the rebellion was what, 200 to 500 lashes? Strip you to flesh to the bone? Like, you know, that's pretty much a sentence in itself. We're talking like these people wouldn't have been like, I don't know, someone like Ninja Nurse can correct me here, but like if people don't have the access to the medicine is required after that, like you probably just die of infections as a result of that type of treatment, I'm assuming. So it's probably a worse death sentence if it's dragged out over a while of pain and suffering from infection. All right, we are going to have a break here, but this has been a very interesting journey into kind of a preliminary outlook on what the workers' history of Australia is tied to. It's tied to a system of migration based on getting rid of unnecessary labourers from the British Isles, basically. And moving that labour into the colonies, controlling that labour as if it was slave labour to establish the colonies themselves, the infrastructure that is required to set up some type of a market system, and then allowing that to transition into free labour, which again is supposed to work within the economy and not to be too self-sufficient. But you got to establish that, you got to get that foothold in there first. And so like the working history of Australia is tied to displacing workers from one country, bringing them to another, and then exploiting that under colonial conditions until it's established enough to run as its own kind of market style system. A lot of convicts were part of a prisoner relocation program to Australia. It wasn't just dumping excess bodies here. It was incentives for people living in poverty and stealing bread to forge a new life. Interesting. They put grafted bone to leather. When someone was flogged, they washed the wound down with brine. It was unimaginably painful. Can I do a plug before we lose the pre-afters crowd? Yeah. Yes, go for it. I am live this, by the way, I'm going to finish up at 3:30 this afternoon as well. So if you're going live, that's when I'm going. So, but yeah, plug away. So I'm not sure if people are disappearing. Don't disappear yet, because we're about to get a plug for an afters party this afternoon. So yeah, plug away. And yeah, all of you, if you're new here and you've been enjoying the stream, please, like, share, subscribe, all that sort of stuff. But I've put a couple of links in. Join our Discord community and go over to Patreon so you can get notifications properly about stuff that's happening on this channel. But we'll have to continue this. I think we're here at the moment, just so you can have a look here. We've got the playlist going. We are here on number 5, and we've got still up to about 12 in terms of stuff to help kind of describe the working history of Australia, which has been great. All right, here we go. Been doing some new updates and song requests, followed by Sky News bingo, and then we will get some issues that have come up over the weekend in left Twitch space, and some copy reacts. I think that is cozy reacts. Sorry. All right, so we have 2 systems going on here. So if you're in Twitchland, go over to Twitchland. Maybe you want to drop your link in there so people that are in Twitchland can actually get to you. So yeah, before we get to the afters, just a massive shout out. If you've been enjoying this today, this has been courtesy of Indoctrinathan. Indoctrinathan has curated this list that we've been going through today so we can learn about Australia's working history. So massive golf clap to Indoctrinathan, and join me in saying a big thank you. It's been a very interesting journey. I have learned a lot of stuff about Australia's early history, and been able to consolidate kind of a growing sentiment and a worldview that there is a lot more out there, if you look at the history of things, that we can rally behind and get some solidarity traction going. And it's thanks to understanding stuff like this, as people have been saying. So yes, thank you very much, Indoctrinathan. Appreciate it. It's been a good playlist, and we'll get another Militant Monday out of this, at least, I'm sure. So you've got exactly what I hoped you would take away from this. It was all orchestrated. I've played nicely into your hands. This is exactly what I was looking for from a playlist like this as well. So thank you very much. And we're going into the afters now. So we just chill, we chat, we look at some interesting stuff that's going on. I want to finish off the mayoral debate from the New York City stuff. But like we'll evolve over the next hour and a half what we're doing. So if you've been hanging out today, thank you very much for your interactions. I can't see everybody, but I'll go back as far as I can. Ollie Atlas was in the house for a bit. 4AS has been back. Razor was here. Jerry Poppins, Ninja Nurse, Avalava, Indoctrinathan, of course. Remag was in the house for a bit too. Not sure if people are still here. They've been lurking. But yeah, thanks for your interactions. I think we've had some new people in today as well. I think we had a Justin Kemp. I'm not sure if you've been here before. Who else did we have? Dilemmas. Keeping the Aussie spirit alive. Don't know what I'm doing was in the house. We had Garten Aranja. Hope I've said that right. Jag was in the house too. What else did I miss? I don't think I missed anyone. If I have missed you, I'm sorry, but thank you all for your interaction. Nah, I gave you the info and you made up your own mind. I didn't manipulate this shit. Not smart enough for that. 3D chess playing, not yet. That's something a manipulator would say. Where are you? But yeah, thank you everyone for your interactions. We're going to be having a quick break, and we'll be back in a few minutes for the afters where we chill out and chat. So if you're leaving now, then thank you very much for your time. If not, I'll see you very shortly in the afters. Oh, Gata Naranja, orange cat in Spanish. Ah, thank you very much, Jack. Didn't know you spoke Spanish. I'm impressed. Don't go anywhere. See you soon. know how much you love a good intermission. Squeebalicious. Welcome to the stream. I didn't even know you were lurking. Yeah, I know how much you love a good intermission, brother. All right, let's have a look. We'll try and find that debate again. Yes, Squeeb. Welcome. Oh, actually, I really want to watch this. I saw this before.
Speaking of Mamdani.
Okay, so look, I'm going to be focusing on this a bit and how much people love this, but like I still think it's so crucial to like the imperial core of world capitalism, right? It's fucking New York, bro. But like we're going to be following the mayoral debate. You're going to hear about it anyway, so like you might as well get across it with me. And this community, but Sliwa becomes a social media sensation. So Sliwa is a Republican candidate. Apparently he's on Talkback Radio. I didn't realize. What's the rally from today? What's the rally? Tell me. Yeah, so Sliwa is a social media sensation. I love watching Zoran crush the polls. The American fracture is peak PVV entertainment. Just here to watch trash fires in the house. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Welcome to the afters. How are you? If people are wondering what the afters is, we just chat. And I just watch whatever the fuck I feel like. Instead of my usual curated style. Where I try to get through. Get to a point. I'm not getting to a point. We're just watching crap stuff. I usually play a computer game as well of some sort, but I haven't been doing that for a while. Yeah, I want to see what this is. Can anyone tell me? Maybe if there's Americans still here. Orange cats and jags hanging out. I wonder what Sliwa has done. That's made him a social media sensation. Oh, it's just a clip from the mayoral debate. Is that all it is? Lame. They're trying so hard. They want Sliwa in. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna do Zoran Mandani bench press. That's so funny, man. That's what people care about. Debate. That's what happens. Stream chat? Oh, live Bernie Sanders AOC and rally for... Oh, really? They're doing it live? Yeah, let's have a look. Or is it like, it's finished? It's probably finished, I guess. Let's have a look. Let's check out what the Dems are up to, shall we? Their propaganda machine. Let's check out. So what is this? Bernie Sanders... I'll just shut this off now. Bernie Sanders, AOC rally for Zoran Mamdani. Newark is not for sale. Okay, that's what it is. All right. I am going to watch this. Let's do that. But, like, first of all, I want to see the end of the debate. I have to watch the end of this debate. I'm sorry. We got so close the other day. Why can't I see the whole thing? What the hell's going on here? Jag, tell us what you really think, eh? Not a fan, eh? Not a fan. Why can't we watch the whole thing? Where did it go? Boo. Oh, I've got highlights here, that's why. Mate, we could find this so easily before. What the hell's going on? Maybe I've already got the link from last week. Yeah, here it is. Psych. Beat you, YouTube censor. Eh? And you like them apples. Okay, where were we up to?
Of you. Let me start with you, Mr.
I think we had like
Cuomo,
10
then
minutes
Katie
to go.
will ask a question of Mr. Sliwa and Errol to Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Cuomo, the last time
Actually comply with this legislation. We have to ensure that we make it easier for condo and co-op owners to follow these laws, and we do that.
On the books, my next question is about another law that's already on the books. The city has a climate law, Local Law 97, that will require a large percentage of the buildings in the city to...
AOC is such an annoying... CNT. Talk about opportunists. Skip to 105 to get the official speeches on the one I sent you. Okay, thank you. Indoctrinate Mamdani also put out a video in defense of Muslim Americans over the weekend. I think I saw something about that. Old Mate has made an appearance on Flagrant post-debate. Haven't watched it, but I imagine there'd be some bites in there. Oh, yeah, I guess we could watch that too, right? Him on Flagrant. Old Mate, eh?
reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030 or face financial penalties. As you know, some co-ops, condos, and landlords are afraid of crushing expenses, but buildings
AOC is hot, though.
account for 70% of the city's climate pollution emissions, so reduction would need to include that sector. You all have taken different positions on this. I want our viewers and listeners to hear each of you, starting with Mr. Cuomo in this case. Would you abide by and make others abide by Local Law 97 as it stands?
As it stands, you're going to have to be flexible in the application. What's going to happen now is many companies will just pay the fine because it's cheaper.
Isn't it interesting? Like, he's like an ex-Democrat, and you'd expect, you know, if this was like done like 2-3 years ago, not even, that he would have just like, yeah, I'm all for the climate change stuff. And now, like, it's a contentious territory. Now, a lot of people will say, oh, you know, Trump's just changed the debate, or conservatives have won. It's like this attack on the woke establishment, all that sort of stuff. I think there's a material basis for the degradation of people's, you know, love and support for, you know, green initiatives, sustainable technology and stuff like that. It's costing too much money for the large capitalist interests out there. And so ideologically, support for this green transition and all that sort of nice woke stuff, it doesn't have material support anymore because the money isn't really behind it. It's hitting people's pockets too much, and so it's falling by the wayside. It's very interesting. Man, she has... I won't read it out. I'll let people read it out for themselves. Jag and Jerry. I'll let you guys have that conversation. I watched the Flagrant interview. Scholes is all in, LOL. Because he's a New Yorker above everything else.
Than actually following the rules. And that's the last thing you want. That accomplishes nothing, right? It's just another tax, in essence, on these units. So there's going to have to be flexibility. It's the right intent, it's the right goal, but how you implement it has to deal with reality and the costs. Again, otherwise, I can tell you, I've had this conversation with many of them. They're not even going to try. They're just going to pay the fine.
What kind of flexibility? If you could be
it's going to be timing, and what do we mean, and can it be phased in?
Mr. Mamdani.
The climate crisis is one of the most pressing crises facing the city, and we deserve to take it on with the urgency it requires. It is right now easier to pay the fine than to actually comply with this legislation. We have to ensure that we make it easier for condo and co-op owners to follow these laws, and we do that by eliminating the application fees for J51, by extending that tax credit, by also creating a one-stop shop in New York City government that procures at a large scale heat pumps and the very kind of infrastructure needed to comply. We've seen this happen before with clean energy work that's been done in Woodside houses. It's time to bring that kind of work right here so that we can ensure full compliance with local law 97.
I read that you're proposing the city buy those heat pumps and other tech in bulk and give them to landlords and other buildings for free. Is that accurate?
No, it's to actually ensure that they can afford the cost of these things by purchasing using an economy of scale.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa.
I'm the only one on this stage totally opposed to Local 97. 100,000 condo and co-op owners. Their maintenance fees will go up 30%. They won't have enough reserve fees. You're going to see massive flight from the co-ops and condos. Now, they want to electrify everything. Well, there's a man on the stage who took Indian Point offline. That was 25% of our electrical output. We haven't been able to meet the need since. And as a result, they're now starting to build, because of the city of yes that I'm opposed, these lithium-ion battery warehouses. Where? Staten Island 38, Brooklyn 12. 8 in Queens, 4 in the Bronx, and none in Manhattan? Oh, no. They're going to electrify, and they don't have the electrical output. So I say no to Local 97. And when I'm mayor, I tell all my commissioners, throw a monkey wrench into the process. We slow it down because we want these condo owners and co-op owners to stay.
Mr. Cuomo, you were name-checked on Indian Point.
You don't like him at 1.25 speed? Maybe we can slow him down. We'll see what it sounds like when he's drunk. Right?
I think I was. Indian Point was a danger. It was the nuclear power plant most closely located to the densest population. There was no nuclear plant on the globe that close to a city. There were 20 million people in what was called the kill zone. Before I became Attorney General, there had been a number of lawsuits to stop it. What we did is we brought cables down from upstate New York, down the Hudson River. We have nuclear upstate.
So Sliwa is easily the most entertaining, therefore he wins. Don't hate the player, hate the game. This is American politics. Dude, I'm with you. We were talking about this last week. He's so entertaining. For me, it's just his accent and the way that he speaks and stuff like that. It's just... It just seems like an all New Yorker stereotype, and it's just it's too hard to get past, and like that's why, yeah, hands down, all this whole debate based on aesthetics, he's the winner by far.
We're in rural areas to bring that nuclear power down the cables, and then on that basis substitute for Indian Point's power.
Yes or no?
Electricity rates are too high to pay because of you, Andrew Cuomo.
Just yes or no? Would any of you support new nuclear power plants to help bring down the rising cost of utilities in New York State? Just yes or no, Mr. Sliwa?
Upstate, they already...
Speaking of environmental, see, Albo wants to make new environmental department for his new rare earth deal. Albo's gonna Albo. Isn't it crazy, the timing of that? Like, honestly, the timing is mental. They're speaking about the new environmental laws now, and it's all the rhetoric is like, oh, you know, still want to protect the environment. The laws that we have at the moment aren't protecting the environment well enough, but we also got to streamline the process. That's some dangerous rhetoric. It's either one or the other. Because I've worked in sustainable development for long enough to understand that if you're going to do it properly, there is a lot of red tape. So what they're talking about is like, oh, the system doesn't actually protect the environment well enough. And it's either one of those things. It can't be both. I'm telling you, from my experience, it can't be both. They're saying that it's not protecting the environment well enough. The problem is it actually protects the environment quite well. That's why it's so time consuming. But like with the rare earth deals that's coming in, they've got to streamline that process. So it's interesting that they're changing it. They're speeding up the changes to environmental law that they have sought in the past, but like they're speeding it up again, and it's the time is just after all the mineral deal stuff. It's crazy. I'm just waiting for Curtis to say, "Hey, I'm walking here." He's channeling his inner Pacino. Is that how you say that? Pacino.
Starting, yes.
Mr. Mondani.
I think it's something worth exploring.
Mr. Cuomo.
Is that a yes? Yes.
No. Not all Curtises are made equal. Okay, remember that. No. Some are better than others. Some are very regal, and they deserve even a higher station than some petty New York mayor position. Okay? They need to be hand of the king, the CEO king of World Capital.
Now to the economy. Donnie, you're proposing to raise the city's minimum wage to $30 an hour by 2030. How would you get the state legislature to go along with your plan? And do you think it's realistic to feel that a small business owner would have to pay every employee this amount, especially when the city currently doesn't mandate that figure for its own public employees? And I have several questions for Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo.
So this would be something where the city would have to start doing so as well, because any law that we want New Yorkers to follow the city should be following it itself. And the reason that we put forward $30 by 2030 is that that's the minimum that a New Yorker needs to be paid to be able to afford to live in this city. And what we are looking at right now is the possibility of the place that we know and love becoming a museum of where working class people used to be able to live. Our proposal that we've put forward would be phased in over a longer period of time for small business owners to ensure that they could deal with this. And it's also one that we are confident we would be able to accomplish because of the fact that we are seeing from New Yorkers time and time again, the absence of it is pushing them to live in Jersey City, to live in Pennsylvania, to live in Connecticut, because they can't afford to live in New York City.
Thank you. And for Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, if you're not in favor of a $30 minimum wage, what are your plans to raise the salaries of workers in New York City? We'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa.
First off, Zoran Mandami deals with fantasy, not reality. Look at all the Uber drivers. Look at all the taxi drivers, the Lyft drivers. They will now have driverless cars. That's what they're pushing. AI that's going to be wiping out so many jobs, especially for young men and women who went to school, got their 4 years of college, 2-year degree, and they're making $155,000, and then they get wiped out. You know what the corporate sector is going to do. They're going to bring in robotics. Zoran, stop dealing with fantasy and start dealing with reality. You're pushing businesses out because you want to tax them. I'm the only one here who wants to cut the corporate taxes, the income tax, the property tax we can cut in order to keep business here. But if you raise the minimum wage too high, they're going to end up going in a different direction, and they're not going to hire workers. It's going to be robots and driverless cars and AI, and I'm opposed to that.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah.
It was Yavin's commie grandparents that were from BK. He grew up in DC. Interesting. Yeah, I remember him talking about it extensively, about how his parents were both like government officials, or at least his dad was, like, you know, involved in the deep state, involved in the cathedral of DC. And that's where he learned his love-hate relationship for the bureaucracy, and why he wants to take power away from the bureaucrats that live in the cathedral and give it back to the executive. That's like the basis for a lot of his theory, is that like these career bureaucrats have all the power now, and he wants to take that power back and give it to the CEO king.
I half agree with Curtis. There is, Zoran does have socialist theory colliding with practical reality. I went through this. We raised the minimum wage to the highest in the United States of America. New York set the bar. We set it at $15. Every other state said, that's crazy when we did it. People in the state said that was crazy when we did it. But it was calibrated. It was doable. We phased it in different parts of the state. We phased it in with small businesses. We gave them assistance. Because if you raise it too high, and I believe 30 is too high, I would raise it to 20. If you raise it to too high, you do two things. People lose their jobs. You bankrupt businesses. You're talking about basically doubling payroll. And you can have a negative effect where literally businesses close and people lose their jobs. And overall, again, it's another tax on corporations, another reason to leave New York, another reason to pack up.
You know, he's making that kind of balanced centrist argument here, where it's just like, you know, we do want good wages so people can consume, but we don't want to kill businesses. And like businesses are just going to fire people, which is going to have that reverse effect, which is not what you want. And like, you know, it seems like a balanced argument, but from my understanding with the polls, like Zoran is just way ahead of these two. So something is happening when it comes to the sentiment around people. I don't know if it's his working class rhetoric, his smile, or like what he looks like, what he sounds like at 1.25 speed when you play him back on YouTube. I don't know what it is exactly, but he's killing it. And so like the most reasoned arguments from a centrist or from his proper political opposition, being Sliwa, like they seem to be not making the traction that Mr. Mamdani is. It's interesting. So I guess his working class rhetoric is really working, Ben. I'm assuming, unless there's something else that's a real appeal for him. But it seems like it's his populist working class language that is getting him all this support. So people obviously do want to see, and like despite all the businesses out there that are going to feel the brunt of that, and despite the wave of the robot revolution that's coming, like people do want to hear someone say, yeah, let's have a $30 minimum wage. Let's do it. Let's do this.
The family and get on I-95 and go to South Carolina and Florida and Texas.
All right. Candidates, we are coming down the home stretch. I want to alert our media partners, especially we're going to go over by 5 minutes, and we're going to have Brian lead a conversation about transit.
Right, and we're going to have to do this very briefly to each of you because you each have transit things to answer to. Mr. Cuomo, you say the city should take partial control of New York City transit away from the MTA, which is mostly controlled by the state. Would the city then have to foot more of the bill? And if this is a good idea, why didn't you propose it as governor?
The capital, first of all, New York City owns the New York City Transit Authority, not the MTA. It leases the trains and subways to the MTA. And then the question is the division of responsibility. New York City does the safety along with the MTA. The problem the MTA is having is the capital construction projects. It has been an ongoing problem. I came in, I took over Moynihan and finished it. I came in and took over 2nd Avenue Subway, the L train tunnel. The capital construction projects are way overdue.
Would it fall more on the city to pay?
I would say no. There is a budget set. My only point is the MTA, which is a labyrinth bureaucracy set up by Rockefeller, which should have never been done in the first place. It's an overwhelming task for the greatest managers, and I hired both of them. But let the city manage the capital construction from the MTA budget.
Mr. Mamdani, make your case briefly.
I've noticed as well, towards the end, there's been a less of the finger point. Like, but at one point, all they were doing was scream, like yelling at each other and be like, but my opponent here, blah, 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 blah. Like, they seem to have let go a bit of that.
For your proposal for free buses for everybody, even those who can afford to pay.
First I'll just say that one of the most celebrated leaders of the New York City Transit was Andy Byford, who had such a terrible experience working under Andrew Cuomo that he would rather work under Donald Trump right now. The proposal that we have put forward addresses the fact
that was a little lame, that one. I didn't even hear any reaction from the crowd either.
It was Andy Byford, who had such a terrible experience working under Andrew Cuomo that he would rather work under Donald Trump right now. The proposal that we have put forward addresses the fact that today, in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, 1 in 5 New Yorkers cannot afford the bus fare. It would cost $700 million a year to make the slowest buses in the country fast and free. And by doing so, we would generate more than double in economic revenue for New Yorkers across the city. It would be something that would reduce assaults on bus drivers, it would increase ridership on those buses, and it would actually have environmental impacts as fewer New Yorkers would drive their own car or take a taxi and would instead get on the bus. And I know all of this because I delivered it as a state assembly member who won the first free buses in New York City's history.
And Mr. Sliwa, your website, according to my reading, has a section on transit safety, but nothing on transit service. Do you have any core proposals for improving it?
Oh, sure. First off, Zoran, I get a good belly laugh.
Zoran.
Oh, all right. I'll keep practicing.
I got you.
I get a good belly laugh every time I hear you say free fare in the subways. Half the people don't pay anyway. How about fair enforcement? I'm the only one who says we have all kinds of fare programs for the indigent and the poor. But if you don't pay your fare, there needs to be enforcement. And by the way, I've taken the subway almost every day of my life since I was 5. The worst time was the summer of 2017, the summer of hell, Andrew Cuomo, when you were running the subway system as the head of the MTA. I don't trust you with anything to do with that.
How would you make it better?
Oh, very simply.
Zoran's free bus proposal is going to send public transport into a death spiral. MTA is already bleeding approximately $800 million a year in lost fares, and his free buses will cost approximately $700 million. And so you think that will result in the death of the bus services. So I'm at odds to understand what the MTA is. Is the MTA a government organization, or is the MTA a private organization? Because that seems like it's key to me. If they don't allocate the right resources to a government organization to provide a service, then they need to just reallocate those funds properly. And get some more money off the federal government then. But if it costs more, that will be the death of the buses, I feel, is the argument that you're like the concern that you're highlighting here, right?
Everybody pays their fare. Enforcement, more cops in the subway system. And by the way, we can
It
get
will
more
kill
people.
reliability and actually make the services worse, right? Okay. And yeah, like, is the MTA a private organization? I think that's key. That gets its funding from the state. That makes a big difference.
People to voluntarily actually sponsor their subway system stations, clean it up and beautify them and add some life so the community has input into the subway that they have to go through the sleaze and slime all the time.
All right, candidates, we've got just a couple of minutes. Let's have another quick lightning round where each candidate will answer my questions with a quick response.
Okay, so it is a public organization. Like, it's bleeding. It's like 800 million in lost fares. Like, doesn't that show you, it's like, to a degree though, like in terms of, like, let's talk about class warfare here. Grand Tifa, MTA is a public benefit corporation, whatever that is. Grand Tifa, I didn't even know you were in the house. Welcome. It's a public benefit corporation. So it might be similar to, like, where you have like you have a private entity that runs a public service on behalf of a governmental structure, but so, like, it runs it for a level of profit, but it's like heavily regulated, so they can still manage it like a business would be managed, kind of thing. But like, they're obviously grand stalker. Okay, you've been the grand stalker for today, fair enough. And then, so, like, you can still make some profit here and there, but it has to have a public benefit, or else you're out. Now, again, if a company is running, so let's just call it a public authority for argument's sake. A public authority is providing a service, and there's $800 million in lost revenue, right? It's really just like costs. It's not really revenue. It's just like $800 million in lost costs. These people are fare evading. Like, isn't that an example? Like, who are the types of people that fare evade? It's usually people like kids, young people who can jump through things, or like can just run off and on services. It's not really people that are established in the economy usually. So, like, people that are middle-aged, or people that have or people that can afford to not use buses. So, like, the fact that people have to pay for public transport anyway is almost just another tax on poor people, or the people that actually pay for that service, as opposed to anything else. Like, the taxes people pay should cover the cost of, like, public transportation. It's not just kids, it's everyone. So, like, it's obviously quite easy to do then. So then, like, that's even more justification to just stop charging for it, I find. If, like, no one's taking it seriously, like, Slee was talking about, enforcement. So what are they going to do? Put a cop on every bus? I see people holding the exit doors open and let people walk in by the dozens every day. So, like, it's a joke system anyway. So, like, why not just formalize the joke? I don't get it. Like, I get that people are saying, oh, it's $800 million a year. But, like, $800 million a year, that was never there anyway, because people don't treat it with any respect. As in, like, it's just like a false economy, if that makes sense. If that makes any sense. It'd be like me thinking that I should have, I don't know, people spending $50 a stream on super chats or something like that, and then counting every stream that I do as another $50 loss. And it's been like, oh my God, like, I'm down $250 this week because people haven't done the stream chats that they're supposed to be doing or something. But, like, it was never there in the first place. Like, I don't know, like, I have always been an advocate for free public transportation. And I think that the state can manage its resourcing or its budgets to provide people with public transportation. It's just a way to kind of balance their budgets so they don't do things, or, like, make the finances or the accounting look better. It's fine if you can find the funds to keep trains in service and pay for maintenance, if you can find the funds. Well, look, as we would argue all the time on this stream, right? They can find the funds. Okay? They can transfer wealth from a class they can afford to have a little bit more wealth transferred transferred to it, so like more people can have access to this service. It seems to it seems to be that like people don't even take it seriously anyway. More police to get fare evaders is just more violence. The guy calling for more police should say it how it is. He just wants more violence on poor people. Or people that just need to get around. Like people need, like they need it for the economy, right? Public transport users would spend their extra money on drugs if they didn't have to pay. Don't be silly. Yeah, I know that's the real concern. It's like, well, what are they going to use it on, huh? You use it on drugs and other nefarious activities. Funny, that's what they said about job seeker increase during COVID, but it went on food bills and helped people to be able to find work as well. Yeah, that is a general sentiment. That if you give people stuff, they're just going to abuse it. Whereas like most working people, it's just another cost that they don't have to think about. They can spend, that money on other necessities.
Usually yes or no. Name one person you'd like to see run for president in 2028, Mr. Sliwa.
Wow, in 2028. Man, I'm dealing right now with 2025.
Mr. Mamdani.
My only focus is on November.
Mr. Cuomo.
I haven't thought it through.
Okay. We have a city of hundreds of languages and cultures. Can you greet New Yorkers in a language other than your own? Mr. Cuomo.
Ciao. Buenos dias.
Ni hao, 我的朋友.
Okay.
Buona fortuna per 100 anni.
Okay. Have you decided on a school's chancellor, Mr. Sliwa?
Yes, I would ask Bob Holden, who's taught 40 years. He leads Democrats for Sliwa.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
No, I haven't decided on a chancellor yet.
No. Okay. Should people be arrested for the solicitation of sex, Mr. Sliwa?
No. The Johns, yes. The pimps, the madams, and the absentee landlords.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
No.
Mr. Cuomo.
Zoran's decriminalization for prostitutes, Johns, and pimps would be a disaster on the quality of life in New York City.
They should be arrested, you say? Should people be arrested for soliciting sex?
It is a criminal offense. I would keep it as it is.
Okay. Last question. Can you name one thing that New York got right during the COVID crisis?
That's an interesting topic of conversation, that is. The problem is the way it's currently structured. Over 40% of the operating budget depends on fares. Yes, okay. So, like, again, then it's just like a rebudgeting issue for government. They were like, look, we need to have so much coming in from fares to make this work. And so what I'm hearing is the service is essential. People use it, and they even take the absolute piss out of it and don't respect the fare system at all. And then like people like these politicians just complain that like, oh no, we can't afford to privatize it. Look at all the money that we're losing. We can't even raise enough money through the fare system. It's like, well, yeah, fair enough. So yeah, look, I think it's a budget issue. That makes sense. What a weak panel, 2028. My only focus is on winning, and then after that, winning again. Yeah, well, no one wants to pin themselves to anything, do they? They don't want to pin themselves to anything. What are these questions? They seem arbitrary. What is your favorite color, and why is it blue? So good. Quickly, go. Rapid fire. Oh, this is politics, isn't it? What is your favorite color? Why is it blue?
Mr. Sliwa.
New York got right. Oh, wow. He didn't get any
right during the...
It is a criminal offense.
Yeah, see, take $2 billion from the NYPD, and the problem is solved. Look at that, eh? No, but you need that militarized police force to help put cops on the bus so you can enforce the fares in the first place. Eh? How much do you love Israel on a scale of undying love to never-ending love? Ooh, I'm going to have to go with never-ending there, Bob. So good.
So I would keep it as it is.
Okay. Last question. Can you name one thing that New York got right during the COVID crisis? Mr. Sliwa.
New York got right. Oh, wow. He didn't get anything right during the COVID crisis. No.
Mr. Mamdani.
It only took me 15 minutes to get my vaccine shot when I went for that, and that was an efficient experience.
Mr. Cuomo.
Thank you for the compliment.
That was a city-run vaccine.
All right,
no,
gentlemen.
It wasn't.
Thanks so much, gentlemen. That is going to do it for this debate. I would like to thank the candidates and our partners and all of you at home.
I just can't stand how they keep staring at the camera instead of each other. And the smiles. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. I think the request was. Oh wait, where was it? It was here. Yeah, here it is. Let's go and check out this. What did you say? An hour and 5 minutes in. Let's have a look. We're obviously gonna see clips of this as well, I guess. Might as well be across it, right? 105. Hey, Zoran. And the boys. No, and the girls.
We are
Boys
gathered
and
at a
girls.
time when too many people in our city and in our country.
Is this the Muslim
And a proud
part
mem-
where he defends Muslims or something?
My name is Khalid Latif.
Khalid Latif!
And Latif. How's the music? So good. So quiet though.
Good evening. My name is Khalid Latif. I'm the director of the Islamic Center of New
AOC and Bernie Sanders join NYC mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani at the New York is not for sale rally in Queens. Okay. So where did they start speaking? Don't want to listen to this guy? No offense. Like, I don't care what he says. Like, I really do want to see what like AOC and stuff like that have to say. Oh man, they have like a gospel choir up there. That's crazy. Okay, here it comes. Here's the heavy hitters. Hey. This is Jag's favorite person. No, sorry, Jerry Poppins' favorite person. Not so much for Jag.
It is so good to be home.
Actually,
And
you
it
know
is
what? I don't think I've really heard her properly speak at a rally. I wonder if she's a good orator.
Good night, New York City. How are we doing? I can't hear you, New York City. We can do better than that. It is so good to be
Testing.
home. And it is especially great to be gathering with you all
Do you have anything good to say about... Oh, wait. Don't answer that. You did answer that before, I think.
tonight in Queens, New York, the world's borough, the jewel of America. Just in this slice of New York City alone, we represent over 100 languages and cultures. We welcome people of all religions, faiths, and creeds. We honor all genders, races, orientations, and status. And here, we defend immigrants.
I'm not going to read that one out, man.
We are a working people's borough in a working people's city. And all of that makes us a fascist's worst nightmare. Queens, we gather here.
Usually you see like the full multiracial click thing going on in the background, but this is the first time I've seen them platform like Asian people as well. I don't know, maybe I don't pay too much attention to the background, but you've always got, you got darkies, you got like the exotic looking ones, like, hey, what's going on there? Hey? But like, hey, it's good. This is a real diversified crowd, this one. They picked well. Hey? The optics are good. I have to agree about her voice, and I like her political stance. All right, I'll turn it down. Green tea bar. To agree about her voice, I had to turn it down. One does not simply just listen to AOC without picturing the big booty Latino. We need a behind... Man, read it out again. Snab. I have to filter myself. Actually, I'm just going to read you guys first before I say anything.
Today at both a perilous moment for our country and on the precipice of hope for our city. Because in 9 short days, we will work our hearts out.
It's so orchestrated, isn't it? There's people that behind the crowd, behind the speaker. It's like, like I get it. Like, show off the multicultural stuff, but you sit here and you sit here kind of thing. Yeah, but like, it is modern politics, it would seem.
To elect Zohran Kwame Mamdani as the next mayor of the great city of New York. And it is going to take all of us. But to be honest, it always has. That we are all here in this moment, during this time, is not a coincidence. And it is also not a coincidence that the very forces that Zohran is up against in this race mirrors what we are up against nationally. Both an authoritarian, criminal presidency fueled by corruption and bigotry, and an ascendant right-wing extremist movement. And an
Yeah, I've never thought about that, hey? We have a couple of kings of the culture wars, but who's the queen of the culture wars? Because like the rhetoric, like right off the bat there was like, and we got like a dangerous right-wing extremist movement. I'd be more worried about, don't worry about the right-wing like extremists out there. Like worry about the fucking ICE. Like they're actually government-backed, like fully budgeted militia that is being used by government, like the state, to terrorize people in the streets. You don't even have to worry about the right wing. That was used to be what the right wing were about. Like, they were like, guns for hire for the capitalist classes 100 years ago. But you don't even need that anymore. You got like ICE. I'd be more worried about that.
efficient, eroded, bygone political establishment, this time in the form of Andrew Cuomo, whose pursuit of power has blinded them from what that power is supposed to be used for in the first place, which is to aid and put the working people of America and New York City first. And Queens, both of these challenges are fueled and funded by the same billionaire class whose apparent greatest...
She's not as plastic, though. She is the Democrat answer to Fox News hot idiots. She's not an idiot, and she's not plastic. But she has to be pretty creative to get to where she got to in such a high post. Like, you got to give her credit. And, like, she's not plastic. Like, I cannot get over watching those Fox News people that time. And, like, the Sky News people are not, but, like, they're not plastic. But those Fox News people were, like, it was intense. Like, you couldn't see any emotion on their faces. They were always locked in smile. See, this is the thing that I found interesting since we've put a microscope with the culture war. There are culture warriors on both sides. It's just the lib ones use every ists under the sun that makes the words meaningless. Interesting. Not mad. Not mad. I'm still here with my Hawaiian shirt ready to go, waiting for the electric boogaloo. Yeah, get your tiki torch out too, bro. Ask her how she justified continuing to fund Israel's Iron Dome. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. They love policing language, but call you every name they hate to be called themselves. Yeah. Justify spending on Israel. It's a difficult, like, how do you reconcile against that? All that money going to another state. And when I say state, I mean, like, another national entity that could be spent on the working people of New York to give them free buses, eh?
Sphere is an equitable, affordable, and prosperous nation and city for all, not just the very few. But we have been here before as a city and a country, and we have won before, and we will win again on November 4th. Because, Queens, it has always been in our nation's darkest chapters that our brightest lights emerge. And we, each and every one of us, whether we like it or not, are living history today. From our nation's beginning, American democracy has always reflected the struggle between...
This whole planter example is a perfect example. So, like, remember when we were watching that thing by, I think it was Socialist for All or something? Socialism for All? I have to study this planter thing. They've been calling all conservative Nazis, but it's when it... Oh, and because he has the... What did he have? The skull and crossbones or something? But when it's one of their own, they find an excuse. They can't excuse it. Yeah. What's the guy's name? Graham Planter or something like that? He got busted with Nazi tattoos because of when he served in the military or whatever. Those darned bus wankers. It's about priority. Can't fight the jobs if old fascist Trump is in office. Pick a struggle, leftists. Savage. Sorry.
Humanity's highest and lowest natures, between subjects and citizens, the Confederacy and the Union, freedom and bondage, labor and capital rights and regimes. And it is no different today. The struggle of our time today is the single most unjust concentration of
Blackwater
wealth.
mercenary. That's what it was. Nazi tattoo schmuck. There was a Blackwater mercenary. Yeah, I heard about that. And he had, the skull and crossbones or something like that tattooed on him somewhere. And someone apologized for him. Wasn't it Bernie or something like that? Was apologizing. No, he's not a Nazi. But what about the tattoo? He got drunk one night when they were on patrol. And the rest is history.
In the hands of the very few, unseen in our nation's history and the world's history. And it is a time such as this, in which demanding what should be considered the most basic tenets of human dignity, that is considered a radical and outlandish act. It is a time such as today, when demanding affordable housing is considered a radical and outlandish act, that we can afford our lives, our groceries, our transit, is considered an outlandish and radical act, that we accept our neighbor as ourselves, a radical and outlandish act. But we must remember, in a time such as this, we are not the crazy ones, New York City.
That was good.
We are not the
That was
outlandish...
really good, but I'm not gonna read it out. I'm sorry. That was good though. You're a funny man.
ones, New York City. They want us to think we are crazy. We are sane. To demand an affordable and decent housing, a decent wage, the right to health care, that we pay to care for our people instead of the flattening of Palestinians and oppressed people abroad is not a radical act. It is basic and core humanity.
That sucks, that quote, in the context of what you were just saying before. That she has helped, at least, that definitely hasn't knocked back funds for Israel. That one doesn't go down well.
Is why the election of Zohran is as important as our cause today. Childcare, buses, rent, and our rights. Here in New York City, it is the jewel and the center of all that is possible in America. And on November 4th, we will prove that today. We will prove it to the world, and we will prove it to the nation. And we will send a loud message to President Donald Trump that his authoritarianism is no good here. We will send a message that to ICE, that secret police do not belong here. And we will demonstrate the heroism that exists in the everyday people throughout our city. Heroism like that we saw last week, a young woman in a polka dot dress standing up to a secret police officer in Canal Street. She is New York City. The young man in a white helmet jumping off his bicycle saying, "Not in my neighborhood," that is New York City. The line cooks and the delivery workers every day serving and making sure that we are clothed and fed and that our children are cared for, that is America, New York City. That is who we fight for. That is what this victory is about. Because New York, America, our freedoms and our future. When I think about what is happening throughout our nation today and what Donald Trump has even done, reflected, symbolic of so much in his demolition of the White House. and the East Wing. We see what he's doing to that, and we must let him know that this injustice, no matter what he's doing, that house doesn't belong to him, New York. It belongs to us. It belongs to the people of this country.
No, he might be in there for a while. He's just updating the decor, putting extension, so he can enjoy that for a little bit longer. Okay? Don't count on it, Democrats. Okay? He's in for the long haul.
And I want us all to remember and to know that the future, our future, is not determined by a despot in a house built by enslaved people. Our future will be determined not in a house built by slaves, but in a city built by freemen, in a city built by unionists and immigrants and suffragists. The bricks laid by working people, past, present, and future, the seamstresses and the unionists who paid for our rights in blood. This city was built by the Irish escaping famine, Italians fleeing fascism, Jews escaping Holocaust, Black Americans fleeing slavery and Jim Crow, Latinos seeking a better life, Native people standing for themselves, Asian Americans coming together in Queens, in Brooklyn, in the Bronx, in Manhattan, in Staten Island, in this country, in a vision to build the freest, toughest, and greatest city on earth, and we will not stop now, New York.
She got through a lot of the good identity groups there. But like, this is what happens when you start going through the list. Like, you're going to exclude people. What about the Sikhs in the background? Eh? Why did they get a mention? Everybody else got a mention. It's hard to keep up with the culture wars, man. Can we watch it again, but on mute? You can watch it on mute now. You can just turn off, hit that little symbol, that speaker symbol down the bottom. Because Trump's the first president to renovate the White House. Yeah, well, like on this scale, like damn. And like talk about the heritage. Again, when you want to knock down something that's got significant heritage like the White House, and he has removed sections of the White House, that is a massive heritage issue. But like, no, he's definitely not the first person to renovate the White House. But it is a huge ballroom. You have to admit. It's massive. This isn't like changing the fucking windows or putting on a balcony. It's a big, big change. That White House belongs to us. Ah, I see what you did there. By us, she means the labor aristocracy and the bourgeoisie. Ah, I see you, AOC. The labor aristocracy. Interesting. Are we willing to bet that she doesn't care about Zoran? She sees this as an opportunity to boost her own standing for a run in 2028. Could you imagine what a showdown that would be? Trump v. AOC. Wow. Trump goes for a third term. He won't even go for a third term. He's going to find a legal avenue so they don't even have to have an election. She hasn't said anything about capitalism. No, the closest she got was she was talking about like the struggles that have been experienced in American history. Like, yeah, she mentioned multiple things, but she said capital versus labor. And that was as close she got to anti-capitalist rhetoric, I guess you would say. Yeah.
It is no surprise.
Fred Arsenault. AOC is lib. Yes. Please to divulge. Are you just like affirming that, or like let us know if you're going somewhere with that? Can we do the Emu War instead? Ha! Hilarious. You missed all the Australian history stuff. Sorry. We did that a few hours. No, we did that like, we finished up with that about an hour ago now. You missed the train. I do apologize. But you can scroll back. We can get to the Emu War at some point. It's almost like the White House has to wine and dine dignitaries and royalty from across the world. Complaining about the White House renovations is the worst hill to die on. Yeah, fair enough. But it is a massive renovation. And like, are you saying that up until now, they haven't been able to host dignitaries and royalty from across the world? Like, of course they have. So they've been able to do it up until now. This is honestly, it's not a hill to die on, but it just shows the grandiosity that comes with his station and like his general narcissism. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Pointing out to such narcissistic tendencies as building the biggest, it's going to be the most beautiful, it's going to be the biggest, it's going to be the most amazing ballroom ever. And like he can, you know, he can host some of his fucking Epstein style orgies there. That's probably what it's about. Rich people partying. Like, let's be honest. Oh, yeah. He wouldn't be building it if he had plans to leave. That's for sure. No, she's cosplaying as a lefty, but she folds to APAC like all Dems. Fred. Who are these people that are coming in today? Fred, welcome. Have you been here before? That's funny. You should read some of the other comments then. I think you'd be happy with our commentary on, or people's commentary anyway, on her association with Is Not Rail. Okay. Biggest, most beautiful bunker ever built. There it is. The big, beautiful ballroom. Okay. Big, beautiful bill. But that resonates with the normies.
NYC, baby, NYC. It is no surprise to me, New York, that it is New York and that it is our great city that we, our city, have chosen to adorn ourselves.
I'm saying the scope of things to make a point about. The Dems are really struggling to find wedge issues. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, they're trying to use it to kill, you know, to bring him down kind of thing. But it's like, you know, it's a shit issue to bring him down on. Like, he's done so many atrocious things. Like, how do you point a stick out to him building a ballroom, really? No, I'm new here, just random clicked. She's garbage. Fair enough. Well, welcome to the plug for the new peeps. Got it. Total Sin Ami vibe. Who's Sinami? Sinami? If I'm saying that right. Let her do her thing.
With the nation's greatest monument to freedom, the Statue of Liberty. And she reminds us every day that the central commitment of America is an unconditional freedom, precisely of the kind that cannot be bought, that is available to the huddled masses yearning to be free. This is America, New York City. Don't let them tell you any different. Don't let them tell you that we are the exception. We are the rule. We are the standard. We are the acceptance, and we set the bar for America. I'm talking to you, Donald Trump.
Maybe you're right. Like, why is she talking about Donald Trump for? Like, is this like I know that he has like outrightly like deposed Mamdani and said, hey, he's a dirty commie, like kind of thing. But like, why is she going after Donald Trump? I wonder how much coke she did before she got on stage. No, it's just she's in the performance spirit, bro. Yeah, like this supports kind of that vibe, which is like this is a performance run, a practice run for a race for the 2028 presidential election. Can you imagine if she was to become the first female president? Wouldn't that be interesting? The Lib Dem from Az who tipped the Senate for pay. Interesting. Welcome, Fred. If you have any comments on how much better she is on mute or her semi-attractiveness, feel free. We won't be accepting any other positive comments about her, though. That's not true. I think we have had positive comments. I think Grand Tifa said she likes her politics, right? So there has been positive vibes. There has. The left like the French statue, but not the founding father ones. Actually tracks rather well. She's controlled opposition, yeah. Her voice annoys me, not gonna lie. No offense, USA charters, but I'm glad Australia has an implied right of free speech. I'm glad I don't get freedom rhetoric rammed down my throat in politics. Yeah, it is very interesting, the rhetoric. Like, there's a lot of like, this is the land of the free. We have to keep saying freedom over and over again. We don't get that in Australian politics, you're right. We don't have much of that at all, actually. That'll change, though. Like, One Nation does that sort of stuff. This is a freedom issue, okay?
There has been a day before his presidency, and there will be a day after. And it belongs to us.
What's that got to do with Zoran?
Thank you, New York. I love you, New York. You have made my life possible, my mother's life possible, my father's life possible. All of our lives have been made possible by this great city and by our shared contract and bond to one another.
I don't know who that
And
is.
it is
The
my
first woman president will be Adam Friedland. I'm going to have to Google
honor
that.
tonight to introduce to you all another great born New Yorker. From Brooklyn, Senator Sanders and I
Is an American stand-up comedian.
recently came in. We were in Indiana last night. We both paid a visit to the home of the great Eugene Debs. And
Yeah,
I had the honor.
I know. Why isn't she talking about Zoran? She's trash. She's just trying to ride the Zoran's coat rails. Friedland is one of the Cumtown Boys. Oh, no way. The thing that we watched last week. Wow.
Of presenting Senator Sanders last night with the National Eugene Debs Award, in which the foundation and the people who steward Debs's legacy have honored Senator Sanders as the foremost leader and advocate for labor and class struggle in the United States of America. And it remains such a great privilege and honor to call him a friend, a mentor, a treasured person that we have, and a New Yorker. That's right.
It just looks like it, doesn't it? I actually expected a lot more talk about Mamdani. Like, this is a rally for Zoran. I assumed most of it would be about that, actually. I'm constantly surprised.
And so I know we all love him so dearly. And so let's make sure that we give him the biggest rousing welcome that he receives this year in introducing Senator Bernie Sanders.
See how fast he moves at 1.25? God damn. He interviewed Rishi Torres, Cuomo, and many more. He's gold. All right, fair enough. She made sure it was a rally for AOC against Trump. It did sound like that. Damn.
Thank you, New York! Whoa! And let me thank the people of New York for sending Alexandria to the U.S. Congress.
Like that much? Like, she talked about New York City a lot, but she didn't speak much about Zoran at all, did she? That was really interesting. Yeah, I wonder what was going on. Like, more and more we progress down this little rabbit hole thing. It's really is just, another Democrat rally. Support for the war against Trump.
She is not only one of the great members of Congress, she is inspiring working people and young people all across the country. Thank you, New York.
Talk about Zoran.
Everybody knows that a New York City mayor's race attracts a lot of attention. That's not new. It's the largest city in the country. You got 8 million people. Everybody is interested in what happens here. But this mayor's race, my friends, is different.
I have my own issues with Chapo S Trap House, but they did give Zoran his first big interview. Man, after everything I've done with ALP, the more I don't want to run for office. The more I don't want to run for office unless there's a massive system change. It's full of grifters, man. Yeah. There's like the career politicians, and then there are like party people, like rank and file, that like got involved because they had a belief in some type of political change that they might be able to make. Rather than they're just political grifters who are in there because it's good to be in the party, man. You don't know Chapo? Yeah, I do know Chapo, actually. That's the only one that you've mentioned that I do know so far. This is your part of your dirtbag left, 4IS.
It is not just the folks here in New York City who are paying attention. It's not just people all across our country who are watching this race. It is not just the President of the United States who seems to be very, very concerned about who wins this election. The truth is that people all over the world are paying attention to what will happen here a week from Tuesday. Now, why is that?
Because this is the imperial core of world capitalism. This is the citadel of world capitalism. Wall Street, baby.
This campaign
say it.
Created such an unbelievable amount of interest, literally all over the world. And the answer is obvious. These are not normal times. This is not a normal election. This election takes place at a moment in American history when we have a rigged economy with more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of our country.
That's savage, bro. Yeah, all over the world, but not Palestinians. Ugh. It's too soon.
This election takes place at a time when the wealthiest people in America have never, ever had it so good, while 60% of people...
And so, like, this is just his, like, fighting the oligarchy tour. So for her, it's her presidential campaign. For him, it's fighting the oligarchy. I don't want to listen to him talk about fighting the oligarchy. I'm sorry. Because I've only got, like, 10 minutes left, and I do want to hear what the next mayor of New York has to say. Sorry, if you wanted to listen to Bernie. I do apologize. You dirtbaggy. He's hitting Bernie bingo card pretty hard. Are we dirtbaggy? Are you asking a question if we're the dirtbag left? We have been named as such. Haven't we, 4IS? Oh.
Good evening, New York City!
You know, he looks different to the debate that we just watched. Like, he looked tired at that debate. And that smile that he kept on putting on, like staring deadpan at the camera, the off-putting one, where he wouldn't acknowledge his surroundings. He looks different here. Yeah, he's happier.
Habibi, how are you? It is so good to see you all here tonight. Now, as you know...
No, I'll sub if you're a dirtbagger. You'll have to decide for yourself. Like I said, we've been described as such, haven't we, 4IS? You'll have to find out for yourself. Maybe you could tell by the commentary. You could probably tell by some of the fucking comments if you read some of the things that have been said in this commentary. I've been trying to keep it as savory as possible and not read them out.
A politician is only as good as the team around them. So I have to ask that team to start up this teleprompter. Because right now, it's off the top of the dome. And while we wait, why don't we actually begin? Can we first hear a round of applause for our incredible MC, Sarah Sherman?
He's a politician. Zoran spends like 8 hours a day walking in New York to make connections. Have you met a mayor before? Have you ever met a mayor before? Man, that's what they are like. It's definitely not what they know. He's putting some real energy into getting elected. Why is there no "don't mess with Zoran" posters? This bloke was a Republican. If this bloke was a Republican, he'd hinge his entire campaign on that slogan. Missed opportunity. So good. I would call us Dirtbag Left. The whole point of Dirtbag Left is blazing our own path and being not PC. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Only as good as the team around me. That's why I hired former Cuomo, Obama, and DNC shills to run my campaign. You're not supposed to say that part out loud.
Can we hear it for the elected officials, the labor leaders, and the New Yorkers who have joined us this evening? And can we hear it for Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
He's doing it from the heart.
You know, there are many things one can say about our Congresswoman, but I want to tell you a story about 2021. When we went on a 15-day hunger strike and won $450 million in debt relief for working-class taxi drivers. The Congresswoman was there with us on that picket line. She was there with us on the phone after everyone else had gone home. And she was there with us again in the primary of this election. And that's because she's there for working people. And now we are just getting started. And let's please make some noise for Senator Bernie Sanders. I stand before you tonight only because the senator dared to stand alone for so long. I speak the language of democratic socialism only because he spoke it first. And when I ran for state assembly almost 6 years ago to the day, it was at Bernie's rally in Queensbridge Park where I led our first canvass. Signing people up for our email lists, asking them for $5 or $10, and encouraging them to believe that the politics of not me, us applied to our state government just as much as our national one. When we win on November 4th, and then govern from City Hall with dignity as the foundation of our politics, it will be because of the movement that Bernie built. I stand before you tonight as the nominee of a Democratic Party reinvigorated in its pursuit of making government work for everyone, not just the wealthy and the well-connected.
Go back and watch the Chapo interview with Zoran, the one that pushed him up. All right. Might write that down.
Looking out at more than 13,000 of you here in Forest Hill Stadium, it is tempting to believe that this moment was always destined. Yet when we launched this campaign on October 23rd, 1 year and 3 days ago, there was not a single television camera there to cover it. When we launched this campaign 1 year and 3 days ago, my name was a statistical anomaly in every poll. 4 months later, as recently as this February, our support had reached the eye-watering heights of 1%.
The selection is peculiar for such an occasion. In terms of the Thai selection, it's peculiar. I'm intrigued. Hunger protest is such a rich person form of protest. The rest of us just call it Tuesday before payday. It was 15 days of Tuesdays.
We were tied with noted candidate, someone else. I always knew we could beat him. When we launched this campaign 1 year and 3 days ago, the political world did not pay it much attention because we were looking to build a movement that reflected the city as it actually is, not just the one that political consultants think exists on a spreadsheet. And when we launched this campaign 1 year and 3
That's
days ago,
working
we were
class. I'm always looking for like working class ideology or like footnotes, mantra, themes, motifs. Tight ass Tuesday. That's Aussie working class as you can get. Hey, tight ass Tuesday. So good.
missed as a punchline in the halls of power. The idea of fundamentally changing who government serves in the city was unimaginable. Even if we gained momentum, they asked, how would we ever overcome the tens of millions of dollars in attacks that would follow? Yet we knew then what we know now. New York is not for sale. As young people showed up in record numbers, as immigrants saw themselves in the politics of their city, as seniors, once skeptical, dared to dream again, we spoke with one voice. New York is not for sale. And now, as we stand on the precipice of taking this city back from corrupt politicians and the billionaires that fund them, let our words ring out so loud tonight that Andrew Cuomo can hear them.
What would you cover on Tight Ass Tuesdays? No, I just meant like, as in, I'm looking for like working class things that capture like a sentiment. It's like, oh yeah, that's what it's like to work, or like, you know, that's why like I talk about like Hump Day. I talk about like the eve before the weekend, like that Friday afternoon feeling, like all of these things that are essential for working people, like these feelings that you get from being working class, like to drum up this idea of working class consciousness. And so like Tight Ass Tuesday for Australian audience is very like, for the Australian audience that would remember that type of stuff, like it invokes this feeling. It's like, oh yeah, you know, getting a good deal on a Tuesday, and that's how you attract working people to get to do something. Or back in the day, it was anyway. You get them out by offering a good deal on a Tuesday. That's as working class as you can get it, right? Getting a good rate on a Tuesday. AOC is a grifter. Zoran is DSA. Eat the rich, quote unquote. Yeah, sure, man. It's all rhetoric for these people. Look, I gotta leave it here because I gotta bounce at 3, and we gotta raid. So I'm assuming Dr. Nathan is in the house and ready to go. Have we got 6 people on Twitch? That's so good. All right. So yeah, we got 6 viewers. So people are ready to. Let's go. Here's a go. All right, so Dr. Nathan is there and he's ready. So look, I've got to leave it there. So if you've been hanging out for the afters today, I do appreciate you coming in for the afters. Man will never be free until last king is strangled with the entrails of the last priest. That is some very French revolutionary rhetoric you got going on there. Hey, I like that. That's pretty good. You might do well on this channel actually with some of your rhetoric. So if you have been watching this, Fred, you seem to be new, make sure you subscribe so you can get more, and come back and we can have some more banter going on. I'm already in. I'm ready to lurk more. There it is. So if you're ready to lurk more and hang out for the next stream, I'm talking to you. We're going over on Twitch World to raid Indoctrinathan for the evening session. And yeah, if you've been watching this and hanging out for the afters, thank you so much for your interactions. It's been interesting. Maybe we can look a bit more of this tomorrow in tomorrow's afters. I do appreciate it. If you're interested, go over to Twitch right now if you're watching this from YouTube, and you want to join the raid. So I'm going to start that now. Oh, my pod one right at the end. We're going to raid Matt Bond. I'm not sure. Are you on Twitch sometimes under another alias? But we're gonna raid Indoctrinathan now. I'm sorry, you've just come. Oh wait, you're saying welcome, welcome, as in you're talking to someone else, maybe. Twitch World for Mystery After Dark. But yeah, if you've been here, Matt Bond, and you've been lurking in the background, hello to you. I'm not sure if I noticed you before. But yes, thank you everyone for your interactions. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, etc., etc. We'll look at something else tomorrow. But again, big shout out to Indoctrinathan for curating today's playlist. It was interesting to learn about Australian working class history. Really interesting, I thought. It paints a good picture. Fuck Twitch. It's Russian thirst traps and kids gaming. So funny. It is a lot of thirst trap stuff going on over there. Yeah, it's welcome to Fred. Okay, Matt Bond's been chilling. All right, thank you everybody, and we're gonna go raid now. So until next time, you know the score. Please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery, and I will see you on the morrow. We're going to go do our raid now. Let's see how I figured this out. How do I find you? Let's go. Should just have you saved. All right, here it is. We are starting the raid pretty much now. So whoever's over there, I hope you're able to hang out and continue the conversation. If you're on YouTube land, see you later. I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you.